All right. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much, everybody. We've given a few extra minutes. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice. The meeting schedule is set forth in Resolution R21-210, adopted by the Town Council as a conference meeting on November 15th, 2021, advertised in the official newspaper on December 30th, 2021 and January 6th, 2022. Posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. With that, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Present.
Councillor Russo?
Present.
Councillor Schlager?
Here.
Councillor Yacovelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you very much. And we'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, we will move to proclamations. First proclamation, Councilman Russo, would you do the honors, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a proclamation recognizing October as Dyslexia Awareness Month. Now, is anyone here from our committee? It's our advisory board, people with disabilities. They're the ones that asked us. Oh, here's Wendy. Come on. Let me do this from here, Wendy. I don't really have to go up there, but then we'll... No, stay right there, and I'll read it, and then we'll go up. All right, here's what it says. Whereas the New Jersey Senate and General Assembly designate October as Dyslexia Awareness Month, with 2023 joint resolutions to honor and recognize individuals with dyslexia who persevere every day to overcome their challenges and their families who tirelessly advocate for them, such as our committee or our advisory board on people with disabilities, whose chair, Wendy Lacey, is here today. Whereas dyslexia is the most common learning disability, affecting 1 out of 5 people worldwide, regardless of race, ethnicity, or income. 80 to 90% of individuals with learning disabilities have dyslexia. Whereas dyslexia is a specific learning disability which is neurobiological in origin and is characterized by difficulties with accurate, fluent reading. Spelling and writing skills are also often affected. Whereas evidence-based structured literacy curricula based upon systematic and explicit instruction in language structure and phonics is essential for student success. Effective teaching can hugely impact such outcomes, allowing for significant academic gains. And whereas we recognize the efforts of individuals in our community who have increased our collective understanding and improved our awareness of this condition, we recognize the joint effort between the community and the Montclair Public School District to better support and service these students through early detection via universal screenings for students from kindergarten through 6th grade. By providing rigorous teacher training. We do cohorts with Fairleigh Dickinson University, I'm sure with Montclair State too, an Institute for Multisensory Education, training to educators. Whereas we strive to increase literacy outcomes for all individuals by working cooperatively with community organizations such as the Montclair Public Library to provide literacy materials and awareness of at-risk signs for reading difficulties which can be observed as early as preschool. And whereas during the month of October, activities will be sponsored locally and nationwide to promote community outreach and awareness of dyslexia. And the community outreach and awareness, and whereas we strive to increase literacy outcomes for individuals by working cooperatively with community organizations such as the Montclair Public Library, sounds like that's repeated, to provide literacy materials. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex hereby recognize October 2023 as Dyslexia Awareness Month in Montclair and encourage individuals, organizations, and community stakeholders to, in multiple spaces, to support initiatives surrounding increasing awareness, outreach, and service to ensure the best literacy outcomes for members of our community. I so move, and I'm signing it here, which I'm the only one who didn't sign it. And Wendy, I'd like you just to come up to the podium to get this from us. Tracy again has wonderfully worked with me for 3 years on the people with disabilities. It's an advisory committee. Advisory committee. Wendy Lacy chairing that has made the committee much more active and much more visible. And we're giving this to her to give to the members of the committee. You can thank them all for us, Wendy, but this is your proclamation for Dyslexia Month. Okay?
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next, we have the minutes. There have been presented to us the minutes of September 6, 2023, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Any corrections, additions, modifications? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Without objection to, I'll note that we will table Ordinance 02324, which is the ordinance adopting the amendment to the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 1 redevelopment plan. Any objection? Tabling. I'll ask that we table it. I know that there's some ongoing conversations, so 2 meetings from now, just to give it a date. Exactly. Okay. Right. Okay, so that's tabled. I also note that because I saw her here too, I'd like to next move to the hearing on the plenary retail consumption license, Resolution R-23-231. This is a resolution awarding the theater exception plenary retail consumption license to Vanguard Theater in accordance with NJSA 33:1-19.1 and 19.2, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open the hearing. Is there objection? Seeing none, I will open the hearing for anyone who wishes to speak on this issue. Anyone wishes to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. Consider the hearing closed. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Just
Councilman
Mayor,
Russo?
Mayor, Vanguard Theater, I just want to speak on their behalf because they've done such a great job at 180 Bloomfield Avenue over the last few years. I've watched this because I was a friend of all the folks who are at Premier Dance, which is a great dance group in town. It's a great dance school. They're at 180. So helping Premier Dance all those years, I came into contact with the folks who've put together Vanguard and really, really doing a great job. I just want to encourage everybody to attend as many plays and events as you can to keep these great, both Premier Dance and Vanguard Theater going. And Vanguard, thank you for investing in our community and providing a great space for events. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? No, before we go into the vote, I'll also say, Jessica, we all see you there, so, kudos. But I just would want to say from the perspective of an educator, too, just love the work you do with our kids. And certainly that's such an important piece of it, but we thank you for everything there. With that, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes?
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. All right, next I'm going to go to the public hearing, because I think that's what the majority of people are here for. So the public hearing on Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan. This is Ordinance 02229, which is the ordinance to approve the redevelopment plan for Lackawanna Plaza in the Township of Montclair, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there objection? Seeing none, and I'll note, just to give everybody a chance to speak, as this is the hearing on this, everyone will have 2 minutes to speak to the Lackawanna ordinance that we have here, 02229. So again, this is 2 minutes for the ordinance speaking on this. For anyone who wishes to speak to the Lackawanna Plan, Redevelopment Plan, Ordinance 02229. So please, come on up if anyone wishes to speak to this.
I had 3 minutes prepared, so I only have the 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, I'll work with
Okay.
that, but as you see the room here,
Yeah,
we've often
yeah.
heard from individuals that they don't like it when we work late into the evening and act on things, and we wanted to move this first, but we also are mindful of people, their time, and we see the room here, so yes, 2 minutes, but...
Okay,
we
just
can
double
overturn
checking.
it.
Thank you for the clarification,
You
Mayor.
bet.
I am here before the council to ask an introduction and passing of amendments to the redevelopment plan. As I have written them, I'm asking the council to change the language of planting species to include the word native. I'm asking the council to include language that 10% of the lot coverage must be green space, as was resolved in the Lackawanna Urban Renewal Project of 1976. I'm asking the council to change the required number of parking spaces for residential units from 1.1 to 1.5, as was resolved in the 1976 redevelopment plan. I resign to and fully accept the real possibility that at least 4 of you will vote to approve the development plan today. But what the council does not know is that some of the visual representations of what has been presented by BDP Holding are misleading beyond the reasonable expectations of a development plan. For example, the beautiful lawn area depicted in the Station Plaza is about 7 times larger than the legally required lawn area of 1,000 square feet. And based on my calculations of the floor areas as presented in the Economic Impact Report, buildings D and E are projected to be 7 or 8 stories tall instead of 5. To quote a portion of the New Jersey Administrative Code, inclusionary zoning in mixed-use districts shall incorporate residential density increases in affordable set-asides and provide an increase in permitted floor area with proportional increases in allowable height and impervious coverage to offset the cost of any on-site affordable housing requirements. Mixed-use zoning ordinances shall permit both residential density increase and non-residential floor area increase options at the developer's discretion to be exercised at the beginning of the development approval process. What this means is that as soon as the development plan gets passed today, the client will have the legal right to build heights and impervious coverage beyond what the development plan has been presented as, using the affordable housing requirement as legal justification. That would mean about $2 million cost offset or 50 units. But because of how the master plan is written and calls for the economic feasibility of 8-story buildings at 75 units an acre, that's a possibility as well. I'm like 95% sure the plan's getting passed today. I can imagine some of the implications, and I ask the council to strongly urge them to consider introducing and passing my amendments. The gist of everything I said is literally at your feet below your respective desks for those of you that didn't notice already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you tell us your name, please?
Daniel Cruz.
I'm sorry?
Daniel Cruz.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You were a student at Montclair State, weren't you, Daniel?
NJIT, but we certainly met a couple times at Montclair State campus.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Kate Albright, and I live at 176 Midland Avenue, and this is my husband, Matthew Albright. We'd like to thank you for passing the rent control ordinance last year and the accessory dwelling unit ordinance this year. Councilor Cummings, I know it didn't work out, but we'd like to thank you for your recent efforts toward purchasing 34 Union Street, which would have kept current residents in their homes while also adding housing for our unhoused community members. We can and should add affordable housing in every ward. In fact, we're here to ask you to take one more step to improve the Lackawanna plan. Increase the affordable unit requirement. Move it up to 50% or more. In Montclair, we take pride in our diversity, but we aren't doing enough to protect that diversity. It's becoming a town only for the wealthy. Our country is in the middle of a housing crisis, with metropolitan areas like ours experiencing the worst of it. Last year in Milpitas, California, the district was having such trouble finding and keeping teachers due to lack of affordable housing that they asked parents to rent rooms to teachers. That's our future if we don't increase affordable housing.
Can you tell the families who live here for generations, oh, sorry, you can't live here anymore? Can you tell that to the teachers who educate our children or the restaurant workers who serve us delicious food? You can't live in this town and enjoy the opportunities that we and our children enjoy. Instead, you're telling them, use your time and money to commute to Montclair and take care of us. That's despicable, but that's what's happening when we don't ensure enough affordability in town. We know the conversations around Lackawanna have been going on for a long time. We're sure you're ready to put the plan into action, but we ask for one more delay. Please increase the affordability requirement. The managing developer claims to be a community member who cares about this town, so give him the chance to prove it. Give him a chance to say, I can afford to add 50% affordable units. As David Placek himself said to Montclair Local, we need more affordable housing, not less. Thank you for your time and service.
Good morning. My name is David Corfage. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. I actually came here to speak about something else, but since I'm here, I'll speak about Lackawanna Plaza. Very briefly, as you know, I've supported in the past. Environmentally, many of you know my involvement with climate action. The environmentally experts agree that dense housing near public transportation is the best thing, one of the best things the town could do to support, take climate action, exactly the sort of development that Lackawanna Plaza is proposing. Study after study has demonstrated that building housing actually helps moderate price increases. I know it seems hard to believe, but there have actually been multiple studies that demonstrate this. So I also, for that reason, support it. I will say I hope that you all as the council and you all as the town hold the developer to the requirements of the plan. I hope I see it happening, and I'd also like to speak to the developer who's here that I hope he takes the opportunity to make this a beautiful building, one that can be a credit to the town and one that people will take pride in for generations. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Wendy Lacey, and I live at 319 Park Street. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak very briefly. I'm here to say that I would like to ask you to vote yes and support the Lackawanna redevelopment plan. The plan before you is a good one. It creates that affordable housing that the people before me mentioned. It's going to create a community hub for everyone to enjoy. And I also just want to mention that as someone who has a loved one who has a disability, priority for my family is accessibility, and I've looked at these plans. This is going to be a rejuvenated space that's going to be accessible to everyone in our community to enjoy. So I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Xavier Sparrow. I represent Death of Caesar Art Gallery. I do believe I'm the only black-owned gallery in this town. And I want to say yes on Lackawanna Plaza. He is a person that has helped art, that he's helped jazz. When black people had, I want to speak to the black community. When we had nothing at Glen Ridge Ave, when we had nothing at Nishawane, he said, okay, come over here to Lackawanna Plaza. All right? He is someone who wants to push art. He's someone who wants to give us a supermarket. I mean, I am tired of going to another place. It's just to get some food. He is somebody that is going, you're not going to stop change. You're not. So I say we change with David, because everything that I've seen with this gentleman is the best things I've ever seen. You know, I mean, yeah. I mean, what do we want? We want a supermarket. We want affordable housing, and we want Montclair to grow as a diverse and artistic town. And I do believe this is what he presents to us. So I say yes on Lackawanna Plaza. I do. This guy is great. And anyone that says anything different to me, we'll speak later.
Good evening, Council. Charles Rosen, 42 Irwin Park Road. I too have come to speak in support of the Lackawanna Plaza plan. I wanted to focus just on one key part and to keep my comments short, and that is, as most of you know, I've committed my personal and professional life to building a system rooted in diversity, rooted in environmental stewardship, rooted in community building. And as I think about the world in which we live, and I see our town following suit, becoming more splintered, more separated, more isolated, seeing the impact on our children who are more isolated and don't have a place of gathering, what I see in this plan is a community gathering space. I see a blending of private and public space. I see a blending of office, personal homes, affordable housing, grocery store for people to have more access from the Fourth Ward. All of that connect and wonderful open space that allows us to connect with one another. And I think at this moment in time, the idea of Montclair being a place of connections and a place of community, and understanding that as individuals we become stronger in the collective, and I see all of that throughout this plan. Thank you very much. And I do want to also say, while I have the mic, although it's not on the topic now, I also see the ice rink that my child grew up to play, who's now playing Archer at Michigan State, Clary Anderson, also is a key place of community in this town. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Elise Pereira, and I'm a Montclair resident. I recently launched a not-for-profit that supports and celebrates our local creative entrepreneurs here in Montclair. I created it because I'm passionate about small businesses and about continuing to strengthen Montclair's vibrant culture. If we want Montclair to keep its vibrant culture, we need to continue to invest in it. I think sometimes when you see big development, you think it means the death of local community. As someone who grew up in a tiny dairy town in upstate New York, I have painful memories of what happened when Walmart moved in and wiped out our local businesses. This development, while a big one, is not a Walmart. It's a diverse mix of much-needed amenities, open space, and earth-friendly design that will support even more small businesses, provide housing, and arts and community programming. It honors both our past and our bright future. And very importantly, it was created by a team of architects, planners, and designers who are also part of our Montclair community, and thoughtfully shaped over several years by this council and by many people in this room. While I don't think it's possible to create something new that satisfies every single person, I think this council and our community have done an incredible job having the healthy discourse needed to get us to the thoughtful plan that we now have in front of us. Please continue to invest in the future of our town and its vibrant culture, and vote yes on Lackawanna. Thank you.
Hi, Jessica Sporn, 34 South Willow Street in Montclair, also Managing Director of Vanguard Theatre at 180 Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair. So first I want to speak as a person who lives in the 3rd Ward. I was moved here right before all the discussions on the Seymour Street development, and they were painful and they took a long time, and there were lots of presentations and lots of people who were worried about the light being cut off from their apartments on Roosevelt and so on. And all of that discourse, while sometimes a bit acrimonious, led to something truly beautiful. The Seymour Street development, when I moved in, there was an STS tire store and an abandoned Social Security building on my corner, and the Seymour Street building is much nicer than that. And what has happened around the corner at the Wellmont Plaza is just wonderful and lovely and brings the community together. As a resident at 34 South Willow, I lived through 3 years of horrible construction and noise and dust, but the end result is a good thing. So with respect to Lackawanna Plaza, I would love to walk to a grocery store. I'm 2 blocks away. Instead, I get into my car, so I have an interest in seeing something good happen there. I want to thank everybody on the town council for all your perseverance in working on this plan, and also the people who were opposed to it, who pressed for concessions to be made, because nobody's ever happy in the end if you have a good compromise. That's what a good compromise is. No one gets 100% of what they want. But I would like to think that the people on the council, Mr. Plasek, all of us who are for the development, we have the best interests of this town at heart. We want to see something good happen here, and the people who've spoken out in criticism of it as well. And I think altogether it has created something that is going to be beautiful for this town, and I hope you vote yes.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Quinn Egan. I'm coming here tonight earlier than some of my friends who are here to speak against the vote. I would ask that you do all, in fact, vote yes on Lackawanna, but not tonight. I am asking you, please listen to your advisors, your planning board, who have all come out and said that it is not ready. They have all said that there are going to be major problems with traffic, that there's going to be problems. I don't need to go over it because I know you've all read it, and I hope everybody here has read it, because anyone who is for this plan really needs to read what our planning department has said. Planning board, our planning board. Today, Peter Yacobalis, you sent out 2 emails. One of them was to call all of us who have been opposed to this a variety of names, very negative comments about people who are opposed to this particular plan. And then the second one was to send all your followers all of your emails so that your followers could all send in very positive messages about this plan. I just don't think that that's appropriate. We don't have a huge big mailing list, those of us who oppose this plan as it stands. I just don't think that's good leadership. I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to call people who you also represent names. It's very important to me that we have a democracy in this town. It's very important to me that we have things like a planning board, who are people who spend a lot of time working on these issues for you, for us. We have not yet seen one accurate representation of this plan, not one accurate picture, not one 3D model that represents it as it stands. How are people to know what this is about? It's just not right yet. Please wait. Please get it right. We're going to live with it for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Yakubels.
Mayor, just so I don't have to lose my voice repeating myself over and over tonight, the way Ms. Quinn characterized my email is patently false, and that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Please, everybody gets a chance to speak, and this is not yelling out. We come to the microphone, and you have your time, and he can speak on the microphone
Mayor,
without interruptions.
I do have a question, so I want clarity. So you did send an email to people to send all of the council members email saying that?
Yes, we all got that letter from
Right.
Hold on.
Paul.
No, I'm
There's
asking the
not-
counselor. Did you send that email out?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't even say hi to me tonight, so I'm not acknowledging you.
I don't need to say hi to you. It's a very simple question.
Here we
Okay.
go.
So we're
Wait a
not here to
minute,
ask the
Mayor.
question.
Here we go.
Wait a minute, Mama. So let me just be clear to everyone here. I haven't spoken to anyone up here tonight. I haven't said hello to anyone, so I didn't
All
single
right,
you
so
out.
hold on a second. I'm going to
No, it's a
rule.
simple question.
No, I understand. But
All
I'm
right, but
rule,
no, I want a simple
I
question.
understand, but I'm going to
So
rule
he
out
doesn't
of
have to
order.
answer the
This is the
question.
public hearing. When
All
it
right,
ends,
Mr.
you
Mayor.
have a chance to ask.
But
I mean,
you know
we're in
what
a-
I'm saying.
I hear you. We're in a
Did
public
I say
hearing.
hello to you, Mr. Mayor?
So I don't know.
Did I?
can't
You don't
remember.
know? Did I say hello to you, Robin? Did I say hello to you, Bill?
No, I had to come say hi to you.
Right. Did I say hello to you, Robin, Lori?
I said
All right,
I believe
please
the
go
mayor
ahead.
ruled out of order, so
So
we
go
can
ahead.
proceed.
Bob, I did
Please
speak
go
to
ahead.
you.
I'm going to be quiet tonight.
Adriana O'Toole, 48 South Willow Street. I'm really embarrassed for the people that are here to support the Lackawanna Plaza. They had hardly any of them have ever been here to hear the traffic study report, which is inadequate, the report on never having done a study of the potential student body that might move into this property. Any reports on Tony's Brook, which we know floods, that entire area is subject to that. I hope you've looked around and you've seen all the places where there are open bridges because the water does flow. It's nice to see support for housing. We all want more housing. But inadequately informed and take a position is really not a public service. I live on South Willow, and when they were building the apartment, which is called 2 South Willow, where the Social Security office used to be and the tire company, from 2018 until last year, the workers who work in these buildings parked on all of our streets from 6 o'clock in the morning until 4. What that will do to the retail business is there's no planning any place for these people to park. I don't think anybody's ever thought about that. I won't bring up the Social Security building because I keep asking about that, and obviously something's been decided on that, but we don't know about it. I'm very disappointed in the lack of information we get, the lack of timeliness on these meetings. I know you don't mean it, but somebody's not doing something right. Lackawanna Plaza is a mistake. The food store, you go to look at Trader Joe's, it's a nice little size, it works beautifully. We don't need an enormous place. Look around and go visit some of the places that you're trying to replace to help the residents. We do need a shopping mall. Even the one on Route 23, Fresh Grows, is a small one. Look around and please, this is the legacy you're leaving for Montclair. And you know what happens when some council people have a bad legacy.
Thank you.
Follows them.
Thank you.
Good evening, dear council people and fellow Montclairians. My reason for coming up here is not about what everyone else is doing, although I'm with those who say oppose Lackawanna Plaza. I live on Claremont Avenue, and I've been there since 1994. Claremont Avenue is dangerous. We finally got a stop sign at Forest.
Ellen, are you speaking to Lackawanna Plaza?
No, I'm talking about
I hear you. So this is the hearing.
Claremont Avenue.
This is the hearing on Lackawanna Plaza specifically?
I know, but I called to find out when the meeting would be so I could come up and say what I need to say.
Understood. So public comment will happen after this on all the topics, but this is the hearing on Lackawanna Plaza right now.
Okay,
So it would be out
so-
of order. After this is the public comments on any issue you want, but right now this is on Lackawanna Plaza.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good evening. How are you tonight? Good. My name is Ibn Wallace. Born and raised in the 4th Ward, 4 generations here. My family currently, I still have family in town. They actually live in South End area on Harrison Avenue. However, born and bred in the 4th Ward, I was raised on Mission Street and New Street. I'm a Montclair High School graduate, class of 2014. Montclair State graduate, class of 2019. I think education has definitely, the education that Montclair has given me the opportunity to afford. There's a necessity for the town to have a supermarket. I'm sorry, I got a little nervous. But there's a big necessity for the town to have a supermarket. Growing up in the 4th Ward area, there was many days I would see single mothers have to trek town over and town over and town over because of the constant food desert that was there. In my personal household, it was the same experience. We grew up going to Pathmark to shop for all of our food, week in and week out. Unfortunately, once that shut down, the socioeconomic imbalance, if you will, forced us to shop elsewhere. We had to travel to East Orange, for example, to go, shop for groceries there. We weren't a Whole Foods family. We couldn't afford to shop at Whole Foods. We couldn't afford to shop at King's, for example. So the socioeconomic imbalance in this town still remains. As I mentioned before, I graduated in 2014. It's not too long ago, 10 years ago. So now we have this big opportunity here for development. I understand gentrification has been constantly a big topic. I read everything on Facebook, Instagram. I'm in all the groups. However, you have to understand change is, something that happens. I think ever since, Manhattan Direct, Pine Street, that entire development has, occurred. I don't really see it as gentrification. I mean, my perspective varies day to day, I feel like. But I do believe Lackawanna is a great project. And I do, so thank you. I'm sorry I was a little nervous, but
That's all right.
thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Greg Schweitzer. I reside at 58 Franklin Place in Montclair. I'm an architect, and I moved my business to Montclair 2 years ago after having my business in Manhattan for 20 years. Ideally, I believe that we should work on creating developments that people find appealing and inviting rather than places that quickly leave once their workday is over. Looking at the current facility, which has served mainly as a large parking lot for years, it falls short of enhancing the charm and community spirit many are discussing tonight. To be clear, many of us are still unaware of the environmental issues associated with the current state of the site. As 2 primarily large parking lots, the site becomes a source of pollution, including oil, grease, heavy metals, and sediment. This contributes significantly to the environmental problem of contaminated runoff in our waterways. Additionally, the lack of green space and public areas on the site worsens the issue, creating an issue of heat islands. In contrast, however, I believe the proposed development shows a strong commitment to addressing environmental concerns, setting an example for responsible planning not seen in other proposals brought forward in this township to date. And I understand that many have difficulty seeing the benefits of the proposal or the site, but we all have our own ideas of how to improve the town, and we all, as you can see, have been vocalizing that in various ways. With everything that I've read, all I see is emotional reactions that tend to overshadow the numerous merits of this plan, especially in terms of enhancing the overall quality of life for all Montclairians. I'm generally excited about the developer's new ambitious vision, which includes building net zero structures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Their plan also features permeable ground surfaces, affordable housing units, green public spaces, among other amenities. When can we conclude this discussion and allow responsible growth and prosperity to our downtown area?
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
wholeheartedly support this plan, and please vote yes for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Few. I live in the 4th Ward. I stare at Lackawanna Plaza from my kitchen window. Real quick, I want to thank Bob Russo for highlighting dyslexia awareness. I have 2 children with dyslexia, and the difference between one when diagnosed when they were in kindergarten versus 3rd grade is a huge difference in their ability to read and write and perform in school, so I appreciate that being highlighted. Forgive me if I seem nervous, because I am. Public speaking is not my forte, but I think this is an important vote, and so I'm going to talk for a couple minutes. I urge the town council to vote yes to go forward with the redevelopment plan. I can talk about how many great features there are, and I think there are many. Green space, grocery store, art promotion of local vendors, and I think the data has supported how we can make this happen and make it a great area. And I kind of take issue with the calls for endless studies and calling for you guys to put the pause button on. But I digress. I'll leave it to the other folks to talk about the merits of the project. But the need for finding retailers to occupy the open storefronts in Lackawanna Plaza has existed for at least a decade. I think well-intentioned people who think the current proposal isn't it is letting the perfect get in the way of the good, and the result of which will be another decade of getting nowhere. Who suffers by this continuous calls by folks to bring it back to the drawing board, to delay, and how much longer will they suffer? Because of folks alleging to have the best interests of the town in heart, and we've heard people who've lived here for decades saying, we're getting screwed, okay? I think it's been long enough, and you shouldn't delay any longer. Do the good thing for Montclair, even if it's not perfect. Do the good thing for the 4th Ward and approve the current redevelopment proposal. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rhina Smith. I live on Grove Terrace, 2 short half blocks from Lackawanna Plaza. Somehow the discussion about one of the most important issues that we have to decide in our town has come down to a pro and anti, and I think that's really unfortunate. We need development at Lackawanna Plaza. We do not need it to be at the scale, the density, and the height that has been proposed. And I think there's room for all of you as the town council who will be deciding this to act on that. When we look at the numbers that tell us what our town looks like and what we would like to have it continue to look like, we see that as the average cost of rentals and housing goes up, the percentage of people in town who are age 65 and older goes down. We see the racial and socioeconomic diversity go down, and it's all related to the decisions that we make about housing. Look at the numbers. Not the numbers that talk about profit and loss, not the numbers that talk about tax revenue, but look at the numbers that tell us who we are as a community. We're drawing lines around ourselves and our allies. We're building fences between neighbors. That's not who we are as a community. And I don't think it serves anyone to talk about this plan as if it is something that should be decided, by one group or another. We're not looking for perfect, but we are looking for good, and I think we deserve it.
Ilmar Vanderer, 127 Edgemont Road. Good evening. We are at a crossroads, a tipping point, and a moment of truth. We should not be looking at any development in terms of how many housing units are affordable. but rather in terms of how many units are not affordable. And the answer almost always is most of them. Unfortunately, some people are only seeing Lackawanna Plaza through the lens of its profitability and return on investment to its backers, some of whom I'm sure are here tonight. Above all else, there is clearly lots of money at stake in this project, as its supporters have worked overtime to remind us. Above all else, however, for the council to dismiss and disregard the conclusions of the HPC and the Planning Board is to undermine their credibility, contradict their authority, and erode their credibility. The HPC and Planning Board are safeguards to prevent rubber stamping of excessive and discordant projects, and firewalls to protect us against the toxicities of overdevelopment. At its core, the job of the council should be to advocate for the best interests of our neighborhoods, not to increase their density, alter their character, accelerate their gentrification, exacerbate their traffic congestion, and alienate their residents who are community stakeholders with deep roots in town and now have been made to feel disconnected and disenfranchised from the process. Thank you for listening, and I hope that the rest of your evening is as nice and pleasant as it's been so far.
Relatively good, I think.
Good evening. I'm Michael Stingone with the law firm of Winnie Banta. I was retained by One Greenwood, the owner of the property adjacent to Lackawanna Plaza, to look at flood hazard concerns. One Greenwood's here to express concern about significant flooding in this part of Montclair, some of which dates back in DEP documentation in the 1970s. Under the redevelopment law, the council is bound to address known problems such as flooding when they address a redevelopment plan. And to date, we haven't seen many details about how to deal with flooding in the redevelopment plan other than the mere mention of a flood hazard area to be designated without specifics, restrictions, et cetera, so far. One Greenwood retained Princeton Hydro, an engineering firm, to look further into this, to review the flood hazard aspects of the proposed redevelopment plan, and Clay Emerson of Princeton Hydro will briefly highlight his concerns, which we've submitted to the council in a written report, I believe under cover dated Friday.
Thank you. And I understand flooding is not what people want to talk about. It's something that's a crisis when it happens, but when it doesn't happen, it's something that's, well, quite frankly, we'd all like to forget about. My background, briefly, I'm a professional engineer, master's degree, PhD, certified floodplain manager. I'm the guy that cares about flooding. That's what I do, stormwater and flooding. And I've looked at this, and I look at this as more than just a site-specific issue. It's a town issue. The tributary, Tony's Brook, that runs through the property. It relates to the health and safety of your current residents and, critically, the future potential business owners and residents of this redevelopment plan. So I believe the Planning Board is going to look at this in isolation. I think now is the time to get this right. We've seen the flooding impacts in Ida, Floyd, Irene, the list goes on and less than 2 weeks ago in New York City. So with that, I think there needs to be more consideration to the real and tangible flooding characteristics of this property.
So I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Clay Emerson.
And you're a private individual, or are you? I wasn't clear, you were all together.
Yeah.
No, I didn't understand that you were together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Madeline Gale, and I live in the 4th Ward on Elm Street. And I generally look at both sides of many issues and ask for compromise, and tonight is no different. To begin, I'm certainly for developing something including a supermarket, outdoor green space and art spaces, low-income housing, environmentally friendly materials and systems, and community-driven and minority-run businesses at Lackawanna Plaza. And I do believe and know that Bridget and David Placek are caring, generous people who are the right people to lead this development. And I don't want a new developer to consequently step in who doesn't live here and may not care about the community as the Placeks do. However, I am concerned about the large heights and size and the no parking on Grove Street and the environmental and possible flooding impact and the traffic and gentrification concerns. So I ask you to please adhere to the Planning Board's recommendations regarding these concerns and the concerns of many of us who live within the shadow of what will be built, and then most certainly vote yes. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Norma Tassi, and I'm your neighbor at 7 Southern Terrace in Montclair. I have deep roots in the community, and I have come before you before to say the same thing. Vote yes on Lackawanna Plaza. My fear is protracted vacancy followed by shoddy development when this project goes amiss. So I'm asking you to remember that you've had tons and tons and tons of public comment. The room is filled tonight with activists that I hope will stay engaged on other issues, like the unfair promotions of the firefighters and so forth. Let's come together, let's get this done, and let's build a new Lackawanna. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christian Dubuque-Strenz. As one of 5 kids raised in the 3rd Ward, I bought my first home in the 4th Ward. After moving out of state for a few years and excitedly returning to town 25 years ago to raise my 3 girls. While I've attended all of the Lackawanna-related meetings I could, as a current resident of the 1st Ward, this is the first time I've chosen to speak, and I'm here to support this exciting redevelopment. So much about Montclair has changed since Norma Tassi, Diane Anglin, and I grew up here. That said, considering our proximity to New York City, 6 train stations, a great magnet school program, the culture vibe and diversity that Montclair offers, we all knew it was inevitable, and I think we might agree that the evolution is part of what's made Montclair so attractive to stay. Having spent part of Monday through Friday nights at Lackawanna with my mom and younger sister in our PJs, waiting for my dad to get off the train for years in the 70s, I must say that when it was developed into Lackawanna Plaza, with Pathmark, a lively restaurant and bar, and a handful of other stores, I think it really anchored the town and the 4th Ward in the most positive way. Unfortunately, it seems it was not as long-term sustainable as we might have hoped, and has become an eyesore, unsafe, and overlooked for far too long. As some have accurately described, Lackawanna is the gateway to Montclair. While the town has found it okay to approve more high-rise developments in the downtown area than many might like, we should have known all along that no piece of property in this town ever deserved to have been earmarked for significant, sustainable, financially profitable development when the right developer with integrity and a thoughtful plan came to the table. I believe BDP Holdings and the partners they are collaborating with to envision a new Lackawanna are just that. And if we let this opportunity pass us by after the years of patience and accommodating revision Dave Placek and team have endured, I believe that we will likely end up with something far less attractive. Let's make Lackawanna the diversely populated destination the 4th Ward so deserves.
Hi, my name is Arielle Eckstedt. I'm at 316 Park Street. A master plan outlines a vision for the future of a town. It creates community-established principles for balanced economic, social, physical, environmental, and fiscal planning. A master plan helps protect public health, safety, and general welfare. A master plan represents what a community is, what its residents value, and what those residents and businesses hope the community will become. Our planning board has voted 6-1 that the Lackawanna plan is not consistent with our master plan. These are the town's experts on development appointed by Mayor Spiller.
Now we, the residents of Montclair, are being asked to ignore the experts and instead take the word of the developer who has never before developed a single project. We are supposed to take the word of the council members who have been pushing the project, not one of whom are in fields related to development. This plan was originated by the developer, not the community, and has been rubber stamped by those without experience over the objections of those with. If you have any common sense, why wouldn't you be questioning this plan? Why wouldn't you be asking why the very specific suggestions of our planning board have gone overlooked? Why wouldn't you be wondering why the largest plan in decades wouldn't start with the community rather than the person who stands to profit off the property? Instead, Councilman Iacobellis, who represents me and so many others who love this town and want the best for its citizens, sent out a newsletter today calling people with concerns about Lackawanna, quote, unsavory characters with hidden agendas and nefarious intentions. Who are the unsavory characters with hidden agendas and nefarious intentions here? Those of us who want a community-centered, fiscally responsible, environmentally sustainable project that helps support our schools, or politicians who choose to have closed-door meetings and choose to cut out community involvement? Please say yes to our community and community experts and vote no to the current plan. Our town deserves a great plan. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to correct something that was stated, that the mayor appoints the planning board. For the woman who's asked that or made that statement who's walking out, just so you know, the mayor does not appoint the planning board. The mayor does sit on the planning board. The mayor can designate someone to sit in his or her place. The council selects one member of the council, has to be a council member, to sit. Councilor Schlager did that the last few years. Right, but here, yeah, that's my fault. But here's the other thing. The council itself appoints the planning board. They're not necessarily experts. They're supposed to be citizen members. Some of them are architects, engineers, they have background, but they're mostly people who are from our community who are interested in serving. But it's not an expert board. That being said, I agree with you. We should listen to them when we can, and we should take what they say very seriously. But I wanted to clarify how they get there and who can sit there. Right now, the mayor is, I think, still sitting, or you have a designee, right, Sean? Okay. And I think that I was going to try to sit. Councilor Iacobellis had offered at one point to sit, but we do have a vacancy. We can't ask you, one of you, to serve. It's got to be among us, so it's our fault for not filling that spot. But I want to make it clear again, I respect the planning board, but I don't see it as a group of experts. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue, and also a resident of Montclair for 74 years. The Montclair NAACP states their position to Mayor Spiller and council members. In the 107 years of the Montclair branch NAACP has been in existence, and for its 300 members have advocated for civil rights, social rights, and consistent with the NAACP Constitution and bylaws. We write today to advise that a body of the oldest and largest civil rights organization in Montclair, we stand firmly behind the recommendations of the Montclair Planning Board's September 29th report, and its resolve to maintain the integrity of Lackawanna Plaza, including but not limited to the restoration of a full-scale supermarket to serve the residents of Montclair's community. We support the position that the historical value site should be consistent with the design. This development will provide affordable housing, workforce housing, which will help low, moderate, and middle-class families. The economic impact with the creation of approximately 500 new full-time jobs will only help the 4th Ward and the entire Township of Montclair. With the many opportunities of this Lackawanna Plaza project, the Montclair NAACP cannot, and I quote, cannot overlook the quality of life impact of the residents in the 4th Ward especially. The many concerns with the traffic studies and the traffic that will be impacted on Grove Street and Elm Street and the surrounding areas cannot be overlooked. We cannot afford to have residents move into parking decks and have to pay for that parking. That can't be 2 minutes. That cannot be 2 minutes.
That is 2 minutes. But
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to make sure that I'll read my last. Okay. I'll read my last sentence. This council should pursue all the architectural and financial professional advice necessary and should not pass this redevelopment plan until the major concerns are fully addressed for the residents of Montclair. And this is with respects from the President Roger Terry, Secretary Carrie Chevette, and myself, William Scott, the chair of the NAACP Housing Committee.
Thank
And
you.
also,
Thank you.
one last point.
I appreciate the run-on sentence,
one
but
last point.
I thank you. Thank you.
I've got the mic. I want to address the four
Hold on.
council
No.
members
We're
that
keeping
are on
everybody
the
to the 2 minutes.
NAACP
Mr. Scott,
Commission.
I appreciate that, but your 2
Hopefully you
minutes.
understand the
Everybody
commitment
is 2
to-
minutes. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you.
Public input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come back, public comment.
Good evening. My name is Fania Fagans, and I've been living in Montclair for 46 years. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I apologize. My name is Fania Fagans, and I've been a Montclair resident for 46 years. My family's been here since the turn of the century, and we're going to still be here. First, I'd like to start off by thanking Deputy Mayor Herlock for his empathy and support on the Lackawanna vote, indicating the process is awry and the absence of our elected 4th Ward councilman for voting no. I want to say thank you. I don't think anybody's ever said that to you. I'd like to address Councilman Yacobellis' newsletter. In his newsletter, he says, tonight the council will take a final vote on Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan, and to not be too dramatic, but its fate will be sealed. The choice has never been made between something or nothing, rather than something great or something just okay, or continued stagnation and blight. Montclair deserves something great and beautiful, and that is the last chance. This is the last chance. Yes, Montclair does deserve something great and beautiful. However, we also deserve something that will not cause flooding, the loss of parking, congestion, traffic congestion, gentrification, classism, and air and noise pollution. Montclair also deserves a council that isn't conflicted by the developer to vote on a project of this size. In his newsletter, he says, some of us have been working for years to make sure that this resulting plan truly reflects the values and characters of Montclair on an appropriate scale that is both practical when it comes to what our infrastructure can handle and in responsible terms of what the macro housing market in the future demands of us. I'm not certain whom some of us would be. However, those who have been working on this for years would better understand the traffic light wait times to increase from 20 seconds to 200 seconds. Flooding, the continued invasion of vermin and other animals, air quality decrease and detriment of the health of the 3rd and 4th Ward residents for the next 2 to 5 years is among a host of other issues. In his letter, he says, you can be certain someone will sue to try to stop the project and will likely be someone up with nefarious intentions and something that seems so genuine and would not be. If any person or persons is planning to sue to stop the project, then I commend them on doing, that can't be 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Calhoun. I live at 26 Clover Hill Place, so maybe 200 feet from the planned development. I want to say a couple things. First, one at the high level, and then at the much smaller level. At the high level in our household, we support development. We support multi-unit housing. My family moved here because they believed in the values of the town and the diversity of the town. And to the ends to which this project can further those values, we support it. But I also want to ask for everyone to continue to ask the questions that people here are encouraging you to ask about this development and how it serves those purposes. This is my son here, and one of the first things that happened when I moved to the street was somebody hit a parked car across the street so hard that it sounded like somebody dropped a dumpster. Every day people use our street as a cut-through because they dodge the lights at Claridge and at Glen Ridge. And I go out with my daughter in the mornings to the school bus, and I've clocked people going 35, 40 miles an hour, over 40 miles an hour on our residential street. So in terms of the traffic studies that have been done and the impact of the development on the surrounding neighborhoods, I would just ask that you continue to ask really diligent questions, both about the larger goals of the project, but then also about the really practical implications for the families that live close to it. Thank you.
Andrew O'Toole, 43-year resident on South Willow Street. And I'm going to pick up where my mom left off about the construction vehicles just clogging up the street during construction. The only problem is, now that construction is over and residents have moved in, residents don't seem to understand that Montclair has no overnight parking without parking permits. And this one is just an abomination of the ordinance because it lets you park for 2 days for one price. Anyway, that needs to review with a proper ordinance. The other thing is Union Street, 2 blocks away. Overnight parking permits there, so you park on one side of the street for 6 days, the other side for 1 day, so the street sweeper can actually clean our street, so the residents aren't out there with a broom, shovel, and dustpan to pick up what the town should be doing. You guys have a lack of leadership. MPD, MPU, and DPW do not communicate with each other about clearing up the signs, making
Hold on,
it so the
just to be
street...
clear, to make sure it's in order, are you commenting on
I
Lackawanna
am.
Plaza?
I
Okay.
am. So since this is a construction project that has ended and has continued to have problems because the township hasn't come back in and cleaned them up, so to speak. There are areas of no parking. Outside people don't know about it. Most of the residents don't know about it. Could the township please start marking curbs so that it's red or yellow so people know not to park there? People are running into accidents.
I'm on the
because
verge
of
of
that.
chair ruling you out of order. If that, I'm not hearing a lot of
Well,
Lackawanna. What's the
okay,
Lackawanna? Thank you.
Lackawanna is going to have the same issues because you are not going outside of the Lackawanna area to protect the neighbors. On Gates Avenue, on Union Street, it's just going to be more of the same because the lack of leadership and the lack of the departments working together to enforce ordinances after the construction is done. That's where the main issue is.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kevin Dyer. I'm a lifelong Montclair resident and resident of the First Ward, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Lackawanna redevelopment plan. We're now several years, 2 developers, and at least 4 major iterations into this project. The current plan reduced heights and density based on community feedback and includes 20% of units set aside for affordable housing. It has a supermarket, it has a significant amount of green space, and it's now what is currently a surface parking lot, which is the worst land use you could possibly have for an urban area. We should not let perfection be the enemy of good. This project has the capacity to bring many good-paying jobs and provide attainable housing where none exists currently. A transformative project which will inject life into a plot of land that is currently sitting barren. So I implore you, members of the council, vote yes on Lackawanna. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Larry Calley of Calley Law on behalf of TD Bank, who's a tenant at 233 Bloomfield Avenue. Our issue is singular, and it'll be very brief. We submitted a few documents to the governing body previously, as well as the planning board, and previously appeared at both agencies during the course of the redevelopment plan consideration. TD Bank's been at the property since 2005. They have a drive-through use. It's an accessory use that's there. It is critical to the TD Bank operation. It is the majority of TD's business. TD being in the redevelopment plan area, if they were to be relocated within it, the issue becomes the redevelopment plan has a blanket prohibition for drive-through accessory uses for all types of uses, whether it be restaurants or banking institutions. That becomes a significant issue for TD Bank to relocate, who's been here since 2005 and has a term with the current landlord redeveloper through 2046. So TD Bank is sort of at a loss as to what happens to them within the redevelopment plan area. Any relocation that does not include an accessory drive-through component, which we know it cannot under the plan draft, and TD hasn't really seen any plans from the redeveloper, they really have no idea where to go at the moment. They'll have an issue with the redeveloper vis-a-vis landlord and tenant, but as it relates to the redevelopment plan, the request continues that the redevelopment plan be reconsidered to amend it to allow for an accessory drive-through use for a banking institution. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Just a question, I have a question for you. I thought this was all worked out. See, this is one of the things, I thought it was all worked out. All along, there's been this problem with the bank.
Yeah.
I have one of my students at Montclair State work at that bank for quite a while.
Mhm.
And it's a very vital bank, I think, to people. But, you know, we don't see you close or not be there. I thought it was all worked out with the developer, with the planning people. I guess not.
It was not, unfortunately.
Okay.
No.
How do you spell your last name?
Callie, C-A-L-L-I.
Oh, C-A-L-L-I. Okay,
Yes.
that answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I personally spent about 8 years working on Lackawanna as a commissioner.
Name.
My name is David Greenbaum, resident of Montclair since 1966. There's a third option here. It's not a yes or a no. Let's get to a yes, but not yet. There's a third way, and that third way is to take into consideration, number one, the Township Planning Board's recommendations. They are experts because they work on these projects regularly. Many of them have formal training. I can speak for members of the HPC. By ordinance, they have to have expertise. So a certain percentage of the members of the HPC have to be practicing architects or have some formal training in urban planning. So they are, in fact, in many cases, qualified experts who review these applications regularly and have the ability to discern through the complexities. The most important issue I have, though, is the town commissioned traffic plan, which was performed in a way that I believe was greatly inadequate and leaves us not only ill-informed but misinformed as to the impact that this project at its present form will have on our community. I've listed for others in various places the number of institutions that rely upon these intersections for through traffic and for drop-off. And that includes three schools, a hospital, our largest fire station, 2 YMCAs, 2 train stations. All of these are points of convergence. Now you overlay this with the density that is currently embedded in the current plan, where you're going to have possibly 600 residents, 5 floors of office building, and a supermarket with a traffic and circulation pattern that's going to create pandemonium on top of the drop-offs, pickups, and circulation that's already challenged. So I would implore you all to consider a third option, which is to hold off and get a correct, adequate, and thorough traffic report. The one we have is inadequate. Thank you.
Martin Schwartz, 3rd Ward. Shame on this council. You don't like the public process prescribed, you just ignore it. The process required you to work with various boards and commissions from the start to work out a draft plan that encompasses the needs of the community, and you just ignored it. Worked directly with the developer for a year and a half, ignoring the community. Don't like the conflict of interest laws that say you should have no relationship with a developer that has an interest. Councilor Iacobellis ignores it. Gets called out, sues residents for it. Now he's walked out of the room. Ignore the planning board that has 12 points why this plan does not adhere to the goals of the master plan, the policy document for what we're supposed to do within the township. Ignore it. No discussion. The HPC, another advisory group to you, describes why this plan fails on multiple levels. Ignore it. Someone or some are driving an approval of a plan that clearly experts and at least 1,700 members of the community who signed a petition are against. You have not acted in a democratic manner in handling the process about approval and review of this project, and we are here tonight in what I believe is a fixed setup, ignoring public and community input. Yes, the room is filled with Mr. Plasik's supporters, but I do not believe that is the consensus of the community. And we even have a fiscal review that came in not glowing, and we ignore that, have another report written.
Thank you.
Vote no on this project at its current incantation.
Thank you for holding this meeting. My name's Alan Cohn. I live at 16 Notting Hill Way. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the Housing Commission of Montclair, who is supportive of this project and hopes that this project gets built in accordance with the plans. We believe that the 20% affordability and 10% working units are well in excess of what's required by law. We believe it will, where the project is situated, requires density. It would be a misuse of Montclair's assets to not have this project where it is. Everything that I've seen in opposition to the size of the project would only mean that we have less affordability. I've been an attorney in the affordable housing business. I understand the economics of the business. What we want to have a project that will work is what we are getting. We could have had a lot more affordable housing, but it would have required a lot more resources from the town, a lot more resources from the state, which are not available. Given what's the desire of the town to have a thriving, inclusive community, I believe, and the Housing Commission believes, that it sustains the goals of Montclair to have a diverse community where people can be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Selma of the Civic, 114 Edgemont Road. I came tonight to speak on two subjects related to Lackawanna Plaza, one of which is, I don't know if my day job, which is not related actually, and I'm not an advocate full-time. I work in real estate, commercial real estate finance, and I am here to tell you that one of the most successful and best asset classes in current market are multifamily units and groceries. That is it. Everything else is currently underwater in terms of capital investments. This is where the market is now. This is what I see every day when I turn on a computer when I go to work. We need the development of Lackawanna Plaza to happen, not only because this will bring additional housing units to a town that desperately needs it, but it will bring much needed tax revenue. And more importantly, second subject matter that I came here to talk about are pilots. Assuming that this property will have a pilot revenue, this council must negotiate that 57% of that revenue goes to our schools. We cannot afford, our schools are our bedrock. We cannot afford to starve our Montclair School District anymore. Thank you.
Selma.
Multifamily housing, yes.
And grocers.
Correct.
What about
any retail that has a grocery attached to it have been very successful over the course of the last 3 years, which cannot be said for example, offices. So as a matter of point, offices are currently run in New York City at 24% vacancy rates, and that is just the vacancy rates. There is additional 10% availability rate, which means that space that is out in the market on a sublease basis. So we cannot build our way out of this by building offices. Offices are no longer an asset class that is viable across the country. Most of the valuations for commercial real estate that are related to office buildings are down up to 40%. So the buildings that were selling, for example, for $100 million a year ago are now selling for 60. So we have to take that into consideration. The only asset classes that actually grow in value and have great occupancy and use in the communities are multifamily, so apartment units, which have about 11% growth, and grocery-anchored retail. There has to be grocery.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Some of these commercials in the don't. And that's 100,000 square feet.
So I'm Mariana Horta, and I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. I'm also a demographer by training, so I think I know more about population projections and how you estimate population size than the people who wrote either of the two reports on the fiscal impact. And I'd like to ask you to understand and incorporate the uncertainty around those estimates. Those estimates are bad, and it's not possible to have a good estimate for the number of school children a building will send to the schools. Because there's so much heterogeneity, and there's so much heterogeneity in town. There are buildings that 65% of apartments in Montclair send kids to schools, and there are buildings that 3% of apartments send kids to schools, not counting the buildings that just don't send kids to schools. So this variability is too great for you to assume any specific estimate without an uncertainty around it. And once you put the uncertainty around the estimates that I've seen from both the reports, they're just meaningless. So you really are going to need to incorporate the cost to the schools and not make such strong assumptions that it's going to be 26. I can give you 3 estimates, 49 from the Maneki report, 26 from the second report, and based on the population estimate of the second report, if you just take into consideration that 15% of the population of Montclair is school children in the schools, not school children outside of the schools, then we'd have 85. That is the absolutely top estimate, and the absolute bottom estimate that I've seen was 26. So incorporate that uncertainty and realize that that will be a burden on the taxpayer if you do it in a pilot and you don't share the pilots. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bonnie Fogel. Before I make the statement I want to make, I just want to say that for the last year or so, I've just had a lot of incredibly nasty, unkind characterizations of people who have considerations or oppositions to the plan as it stands. And so I want to personally clarify that I am probably more pro-development than anybody I know. I'm in my 70s. I have an adult child who's disabled. I live in Montclair Center because he can't drive. That's why I lived in Manhattan before. I want a grocery store probably more than anybody here. So I am not anti-development. The other thing is, I see so many people here that I don't see at council meetings, that I don't see in town. Some of them I've seen before at some Lackawanna meetings. What stands out is they all have really nice professional signs. And I have a feeling that even though it's getting knocked around talking about the planning board, that there are many people here who don't know what the planning board actually said. So I'm going to read it very quickly. Based on the information provided, it is clear to the board, and the majority of the board concluded at its meeting on September 18th, 2023, that the revised plan, although improved in several respects, remains substantially inconsistent with the master plan. As before, The size of the development is out of character with the neighborhood. The board is skeptical that the parking needs generated by the project can be fulfilled on site. The board was not convinced that the traffic generated by the project could be mitigated without degradation of the quality of life, health, and safety of the surrounding community. The proposed supermarket size, location, visibility, and access are problematic. The size and quality of the open space could not be confirmed. And I'll be very happy if there's anybody here or a visitor, we may have visitors from other towns. If you want a copy of this, just give me your email and I'll send you the file on it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deirdre Malloy, long-term resident, former housing commissioner. Real estate is my profession. I want to speak to the fiscal impact study for Lackawanna Plaza. I want to know if your CFO has had the opportunity to review it and also the tax assessor. Okay. The recommendation is that be thoroughly reviewed, as well as the pro forma and the cash flow for that, if you have access to it, because then you'll be able to determine the real numbers, or at least the estimated numbers, based off of what this fiscal impact study is suggesting in terms of the pilots. The young lady who was here before me talking about the estimates, I want to support what she says, because you really can't go off of an estimate right now. And then while I am for developing Lackawanna Plaza, I used to shop at Pathmark, and the community is impacted because this is a food desert. I would recommend that if you are going to vote yes, that you have significant conditions that need to be addressed. You've had several experts get up in front of you this evening to identify things that are uncertain, and certainly there's a reason to develop Lackawanna Plaza. But to push this forward and not thoroughly understand the implications, or at least not be able to know the risks and the other impacts that the community will be receiving from just pushing it through, is, I think, hasty. So listen to everybody, but if you're going to approve it with conditions. And if those conditions aren't met, then I guess you need to talk to the legal experts about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask to answer her question, Deirdre's question about did our finance director, our CFO, and who else did you want to know?
Tax assessor.
Tax assessor, that's an obvious person. Or tax assessor would be the more important. I mean, you asked a question. Can we get an answer from anybody? Can the manager answer that? Can somebody answer that? I'd like to know the answer too, because I don't hear anything from anybody about anything.
Mr. Lapolla, would you like to explain the bid process and how they were brought in?
At this point in the process, it wouldn't be for the finance director to review and analyze. It's an independent report to be provided to advise council, but we are not in the position yet. We don't have all the final pro formas and everything else. Assuming the project were to be approved, there will be a negotiation on a redevelopment agreement.
Right.
There will be a financial agreement. There will be pilot discussion. So, and then it goes back to the planning board. So there are many, many other steps, and we're just not at that step yet.
Thank you. I asked that question intentionally so that the public could hear what the process is. Thank you.
I don't understand that process, really, and I would like to know why. I would like to know why a financial expert that we have is pushed aside when things like this should be reviewed by her. Here's the other thing. There's a whole new financial report I just got over the weekend by another firm, because the guy we had doing this stuff, who I used to clash with, if you remember, over the pilots issue, he's gone because something was wrong with his license, and his whole report is now thrown out. And his report in some ways contradicts, you're laughing, folks, but his report somehow contradicts the new report. And he's now sending us messages that he's going to come and defend his report pro bono and work, and he's been working with the manager on this stuff. I need to know from the manager, is this man that we've gotten rid of, just like we got rid of a manager that had a problem, is he still working for you and advising you rather than our own financial director. I mean, what
He
is going on in this government, Michael? He says he's
Counselor.
been giving you pro bono advice.
Councilman, let's hold on a
if you
second.
would-
Hold on a
if
second.
you-
Hold on a second. Hold on a
if
second.
you-
Because I heard yelling like this once before with a manager.
Yelling?
Let's ask a question and let's answer it.
Yelling
we don't
like
need to
this
control it.
once
Yes,
before.
go ahead.
See how they
Unsolicited-
characterize a 24-year council member?
His services were terminated if an unsolicited email offering, and I would not call it advice, opinions are sent to me. That's what it is. I did not solicit it. I didn't ask for it. It's not officially part of this process. He's not advising anyone as part of this government. If you choose to take advice from him, Counselor, that's perfectly your right. But at the present time, he is not advising the government of the Township of Montclair.
All right, you weren't here when he
you.
tried to tell me some things about the pilots that I caught him on that were wrong. So you haven't been here long enough to know that I clashed with him. I'm not taking any advice from him. I want to know if you're taking advice from him.
No, I am not.
But are you getting some advice from our financial director, from our CFO on these matters?
We're not, nowhere in this process is, you advice from the planning board, but as to the financial aspects of this project, there is no step in the process at the moment where we would be doing that. We would be involved in negotiations for the agreement, the financial agreement, the pilot agreement, when it goes back to the planning board for site plan approval. But right now, there is not under the law, a requirement for the town to do an independent financial analysis because other than general construction costs and rents, et cetera, we are not at that point, Counselor.
I don't want to hold up Councilor Baskerville, but I just want to get this clear. If our financial questions that we have about this program, about this plan and project are serious enough, because we have two financial analyses now, some of which contradict each other. With like Mariano Horte brought up, one says there's going to be 49 children coming from the project, and another one says 26. I've advocated that the money from this development, the pilot money that's paid, $1 million, $1.5 million, go exclusively to the schools. And the point is that we don't have a real calculation of how many students, we have financial issues. And these financial issues are essential for me to make a decision. So I need our CFO to advise me, not the guy that we got rid of.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My questions and statement are also regarding the fiscal impact analysis, and I do believe that I'm looking at the most recent one dated October 6, 2023. And so, yes, I'm very much in favor of 625 jobs, in particular if they're going to be given high preference for African Americans and other minorities from Montclair and the near surrounding area. I'm very much interested in monies for the schools, which are designated here, and I'm also very much always interested in affordable housing. My question is, if the annual service charge that I see in here is written at 10%, is written in here, when you vote on it tonight, does that mean that we're stuck at the 10%? Because I don't remember ever in the last 12, 13, 16, about 20 years, when we were doing pilots, that we ever, just bare-boned it at 10%, at the lowest percent. And in here, I see that, and I hear everybody coming here, and they're very excited about resources for the schools. And in the fiscal report, they talk about $183,367 going to the schools. So if we increase that to 15% or whatever the maximum is, then we're going to get more money for our schools, and we're going to have then even money that we can have in a cushion, because not everybody understands that when you move money and you put it, to the schools from there, then we have to find money for other things, like the police, like the firefights, like the infrastructure, like emergency floodings, and certainly you guys know that. So I just want to know, I would suggest that, and I'm with Bob Russo, Councilman Russo on this, I really think that the Chief Financial Officer should have an opportunity to discuss this with you, and if you can answer any of those questions, I'd be happy, and if not, I certainly understand.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And specific to your question about the financials, this isn't a financial agreement, this is the redevelopment agreement. Any financial plan that's determined or negotiated has to happen after there's a redevelopment plan and there's a developer in place.
So the 10% was just put in here for an
These are-
example?
As an
Yes.
example, you've got, yeah.
An
short answer, yeah,
example,
yeah, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rabina Spence. I live in the 4th Ward on Elm Street, and I am continuing for William Scott, who is a respected member of the NAACP and also the Housing Committee Chair for the NAACP. I am going to pick up where you left off about 10 people ago, but I think it is important that and I will just read it and then I'll comment with what is left. With the many opportunities of this Lackawanna project, the Montclair NAACP cannot overlook the quality of life impact on the residents of the 4th Ward specifically. The many concerns with traffic on Grove Street and Elm Street with proposed elimination of current parking spaces is not an acceptable solution for the residents in and around the surrounding areas. The redeveloped Lackawanna will provide a local place for Montclair residents, particularly those who reside in the 4th Ward, to regain opportunities to shop for foods and critical items related to nutrition and overall health. Members of the Montclair branch NAACP Housing, Health, Education, and Criminal Justice Committee chairs, along with other affiliate groups signing off in support of this position, urge the mayor and the council members to take a position with respect to the concerns raised herein and to work with us as we move forward to the final design of the Lackawanna Plaza. This council should pursue all the architectural and financial professional advice necessary and should not pass this RD plan until the major concerns are addressed. And that's respectfully from our president, Roger Terry, Carrie Chevette, and William Scott. And I'm a member of the NAACP also. We want Lackawanna Plaza, but please listen to the advice and the recommendations for the changes that need to be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I say hello to the, good evening to the ladies and gentlemen of the council. And I assure the mayor that I left my shouting voice home. I did not bring it tonight, Mayor. I listened to you. Anyway, I ask you to disregard my position, my altitude, my attitude, and everything that was out of place, that was committed by me at the last session. I have not completed my study on the Lackawanna thing yet, so I'm not ready for a comment. Now, as you remember in the past, I said I was going to do a study on you guys to see whether you was doing, what type of
Hold on a
job
second.
that you
I
were
would just
doing
say,
for the...
as chair, and knowing that this is a hearing on Lackawanna, when you say you're not ready to comment on Lackawanna, I might rule you out of order, because the only thing we're taking comment on right now is Lackawanna. Do you have something to say about Lackawanna?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
If that's
Yeah,
the case,
all
I'll
right.
say something about Lackawanna.
I figured you might, but go ahead.
Watch it, man. I may get my shout voice. I didn't get it yet.
All right.
But it's on the way. And you almost got it. Yeah, on the project, as I said, I have not studied it. And I listened to the people. But you know, one thing I do want to ask you about, Mayor, and that's, no, that's not on the project either. Well, anyway, I again, disregard my position, my knowledge list, because I didn't do my study yet. But one last thing, I did do the study on you guys, and I do have the results.
I appreciate
that.
that.
And at the next
That is your time,
meeting,
and your-
I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And again,
Thank you.
I thank the council, everyone, you too, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I also thank you, Mr. Cummings, for
thank
your altitude and attitude,
All right,
you
that-
took
that is the
minutes
2
from me
minutes. That is
at the last meeting. And Mayor, you didn't give me those minutes that he took from me last meeting. You didn't give them back to me.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Those are your 2 minutes tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And it was only a few seconds, brother.
Listen, look at my minutes. Look at my minutes. My minutes.
Add another minute to me next time.
I am adding 2 seconds to you for next time. with that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. You're very honorable.
Fair enough.
Good evening, council. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to start off by saying I absolutely am fully in support of Lackawanna Plaza as the plan exists right now. However, listening with what Deidre, Ms. Malloy had said earlier, I also do agree that there should be some contingencies and conversations. My name is Zena Floyd, forgive me. Zena Floyd, South End Business District, resident and business owner.
Cafe Moso.
Okay. But really quick, before I lose my minutes, this is one thing I do want to say. As a business owner, and I'm a serial entrepreneur in that sense, I own several businesses, not even just here in Montclair. And I have developed buildings, obviously not as large as Lackawanna, but it's very involved. And I would never assume that I know anything of that goes on. However, my approach to anything I do is the big picture first. Let's get the plan on the table. Let's start conversation about the plan. These things that we're trying to address before the plan takes place could take years to happen. Every time we come up, every time the planning board discusses an issue that they want to see fixed before the plan is approved. I'm asking you to approve the plan because if we have to sit for another 10, 20 years, decades, with me being in the 4th Ward, with a building that looks like that, not only is it going to impact the community that everybody talks about, but it's going to impact Montclair as a whole. And I think the bigger issue that we're looking here is old Montclair versus new Montclair, and it's very real, and it's very passionate to the people who have been here for generations. So that is important. That's the reason why we're having these issues. In my opinion, I think that that's the core of this. So if we could please just get the plan going, and as a business person, I would say then work out the details. But let's get it going. Let's get it going.
I appreciate that. Everyone's allowed to their opinion.
And lastly, I really think it's important that we do not bring personal issues. If you don't like the council, I think you guys are brave to even be up here. But if you do not like the council, it's okay.
Thank you for the 2. Thank you.
I get my minute. He took my 2 seconds.
Well, he didn't really take
All
a
right,
minute,
fine.
but thank you.
Bottom line is that please approve it.
We heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Yai Packard, resident of the 4th Ward, owner of One the Crescent, and president of the Montclair Center Business Improvement District. The redevelopment of Lackawanna Plaza is the single most significant opportunity for smart and thoughtful economic development that exists in Montclair. According to several recent studies, the plan will have a positive economic impact on our town. It will provide jobs at all skill levels in both its creation and during its existence. It will invite significant sums of investment into our township by the developer, the supermarket, the businesses that will inhabit it, the residents that will call it home, the artists that will adorn its walls, and the regional community. It will be inhabited by people from all walks of life, bringing the diversity that is such an important part of Montclair for so many of us. These people will become our neighbors and friends and contribute heavily to our local economy. This plan will bring much-needed affordable and workforce housing to a town where New York area economic pressures are keenly felt in housing prices. We encourage density in the Transit Village and the commercially zoned Bloomfield corridor where the suburbs meet the city. Study after study shows that millennials and Gen Z desire work-play downtowns that have vibrant social infrastructure and environmentally and socially conscious amenities. This plan has that. The Lackawanna Plan is a look to the future. Both I and the Montclair Center Bid Board ask you to vote yes to the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Fitzgerald from 31 Madison in Montclair. I lived in other Montclair wards for over 10 years previously and purchased our current home several years ago in the 4th Ward with the expectation of a robust Lackawanna Station environment. I wholeheartedly support the Lackawanna Plaza, and hearing Zena, who also from a ward, is a small business down the street, saying she also supports it only makes me more excited for the impact of this project. You know, for years it's been diligently reviewed and constructively adjusted. As we know, progress is not always perfect, but man, it's time to support our local leader and entrepreneur, David Plasek. I look forward to moving this project forward immediately and building a more healthy and sustainable 4th Ward in Montclair. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stolzberg, Fairfield Street. I'm kind of really been a little baffled by the process because I know that we had a very similar type of meeting in August, and it was pushed through without the 4th Ward councilor here, and everyone said, well, it's just going to the planning board, and then we're going to take in what the planning board said. And now we're back after the planning board at their last meeting voted 6-1 against the current development plan for Lackawanna Plaza. And I'm just really wondering, what is the role of the planning board in our town? And one of you today told us it's basically you were comfortable disregarding it. If an almost unanimous vote against this large-scale plan is set aside tonight with your vote, then the democratic ideals of this township will be wiped out. You might disband the planning board if their opinion based on expertise and careful consideration is of no consequence to you when making a decision so enormous that it will change our town forever. This plan requires further revision if it's to serve the needs of the entire town and not only the needs of its developer and a new and narrow audience. To usher this plan forward in opposition of your own planning board's 6-1 decision is an act of negligence. A counselor today said in a newsletter that was so disappointing to so many people that tonight is the last chance. And I guess I'm wondering, according to whom? Him? The developer? Is BDP walking tomorrow if you don't vote this through tonight despite its deficits? And this counselor also diminished the work of the planning board, your colleagues, suggesting their role has no meaning here. The most alarming, though, is that at one point he had a lengthy, heartfelt post about the development of Lackawanna Plaza in a Montclair Facebook group prior to becoming a counselor, when he was just a resident, like the rest of us who are here tonight, worrying about how it might affect his very own neighborhood. And he commented on traffic and size and density and environmental concerns. The abandonment of his ideals by way of the dais is one of the saddest pieces of this story.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Layla Maher. I live at 1 Clover Hill Place, right across from Lackawanna Plaza. One of the 10th times I've talked about this. So tonight we've heard reasons for this from people here. The developer is a great guy. Let's hurry up. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good. We're going to get green space, affordable housing. There have been so many meetings. But in reality, what's happening is the planning board has 6-1 said that this plan is substantially inconsistent with the master plan. The traffic study showed a lot of trouble as well, with lights going from 20 seconds to 200 seconds, that we're gonna have to remove all the parking from Grove Street. There are issues with flooding. 80% of this is not affordable housing. There was no community input. I'm talking with the council or people planning this. The developer going around talking to people is not what I'm talking. I could not get to a meeting because I asked that one be done at night because I work during the day, and the answer was no. So that doesn't count. Also, the financial reports are compromised. In August, it was pushed forth with only 4 votes here. 2 were absent, Russo and Cummings. And it is now twice the size of the previous iteration. So I am kind of surprised that all the people in favor of this are making uneducated opinions. We have studies that show all the problems with this potential plan. No one's saying don't do it. We want to develop something, but I think this is going to be a big problem. And I want to end with Councilman Yacobellis. We are not nefarious. Please don't laugh. We're not nefarious. And when you speak disrespectfully to our 4th Ward representative, you are speaking disrespectfully to the people of the 4th Ward.
Hi, my name is Melissa Walker. I thank you so much, Council, for allowing this proceeding. I am a resident of Montclair for 18 years, but today I really stand here to talk about Jazz House Kids, which is in the backyard of Lackawanna Plaza. We're in our 21st year, and we have been at that location for 10 years. There are so many benefits to this piece of property. I have been at evening meetings where it has been discussed. I do feel that my voice and the voice of others have been heard along the proceedings, I'd like to add. I'm here with my members of staff and the board, but there are so many benefits to this property, particularly the development plan that has been put forth by BDP Holdings and David and Bridget Placek. But particularly to the families and to the young people as young as 7 and 8, 9 and 10, and our artists who come to the Jazz House at 347 Bloomfield Avenue each and every week. From a safety standpoint, when you look at that derelict parking lot that has been there for close to a decade now that we've been here, when you think of young people who are coming in, who are already traveling long distances to get to the Jazz House, that they are in that community, I think we can do better than that. You know, our families and our parents would go to the grocery store. We know the economic drivers that the arts bring, and certainly our families and our parents who sit and wait long hours every evening would utilize that, as would many of our young people who, 25% of young people at the Jazz House, or the people who are employed there, are young people, and they come on public transportation, having access to a grocery store. But I also want to say you can't underestimate the really terrific public space and art space. And I think the Montclair Jazz Festival really showed that we don't have to satisfy and live with community programs that do not bring diversity. And when you have something that's free and accessible, and that art space makes a difference. 52% of people who went to the festival are people of color.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Was that a ring? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Spiller and Council. I just wanted to let you know, during my face-to-face meeting with Janice Talley on September 27th here at 205 Claremont Avenue, she mentioned that 4 of our governing body members, Lori, Sean, Robin, and Peter, did not want community input meetings. That was disturbing to learn.
Can you tell us your name again?
Sure, Amina Toller. It is my hope that this council takes into serious consideration the Planning Board and Historic Preservation Committee reports and abide by them. These are your colleagues. This is what they found was inconsistent with the Township Master Plan. The other thing I wanted to mention is the young man that stood up here by the name of Ibn Wallace, African-American gentleman, doesn't live here. He lives in Parsippany, so. The other gentleman, Haiku, with the top black hat, he doesn't live here either. He doesn't speak for the entire black community. I just wanted that on record. I'm going to read from an article. And yes, it does have to do with Lackawanna. This was Tap into Basking Ridge, April 16, 2018. Quote, Bernards Township. A state judge has knocked down a legal motion by a development group, CIP, seeking to build up to 380 apartments and townhomes at the defunct Millington Quarry as part of Bernards Township's required state of affordable housing plan. The judge's written decision noted that the principal in CIP, David Placek, had submitted a revised plan for the redevelopment of the 180-acre quarry, with 300 apartments, 80 townhomes, 10,000 square feet each of restaurant and community center space, and 54,000 square feet of retail space. Yet, Mr. Placek has no experience as an individual developing such an immense project. I'm asking again, I was here in August, and again, that's Tap into Basking Ridge, April 16, 2018. I asked in August if anyone here can please tell me what this developer, fiduciary, has built to date. I didn't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a note, as done in the past, the comment about not having public meetings being that I personally held a public meeting on this, and I know my colleagues did as well. We absolutely wanted public hearing. So go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilor. My name is Sharon Martin Smith. I reside at 218 Bloomfield Avenue, which is directly across the street from the parking lot of Lackawanna Plaza. Since everybody's giving their Montclair resume, as of next Tuesday, it'll be 56 years where I'll be born, raised, and resided in the town of Montclair. It is my hope serious consideration will be given to the Planning Board and the Historic Preservation Committee reports their findings that the redevelopment plan is not consistent with the town's master plan. The impact of a development of this site needs to be thoroughly thought out and planned in the best interest of the surrounding neighborhoods as well as what's best for the entire town. Many community members have come out to stress their current redevelopment project isn't a good fit for our town, and sadly, many voices have fallen on deaf ears at 205 Claremont Avenue. The 3rd and 4th Ward residents of Montclair deserve better treatment than what we have received from several councilor members, ignoring our voices and concerns regarding Lackawanna Plaza. The traffic infrastructure concerns, the pollution, pedestrian safety, air and noise pollution, flooding, gentrification concerns, loss of sunlight, all needs to be considered when deciding if the project is right for our town. This type of project will affect all of Montclair, not just concern certain wards. What supermarket is coming? Why is it such a secret? It is my opinion that there are still a lot of unanswered questions. I ask that you vote no to this plan tonight.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Herron. You have before you a plan that you either have to look at, vote on, up or down, but there are other options. You could table it. You could leave it for the next council. There are some real issues here, like flooding. People keep talking about Tony's Brook. That's not a brook. It's not. Is part of Second River. It flows from North Jersey, and that flooding is not going to stop. What happened to the coal yard that was down at the train station? You guys don't know about that, I bet. Is coal still under that ground? Have you done your homework, folks? Think about it. You're about to do something that's going to change the whole community. I was at a meeting with Janice Talley. She didn't know that Elm Street, Grove Street is a county road. Before you could dig it up, widen it, or do anything, you got to get the county involved. My question would be, why does our town planner not know that Elm and Grove are county roads? I've been here for a long time. Almost everybody that's been here knows those are county roads, folks. I ask you to think about what you're doing deeply, you know, and I come before you and I look at the days and I think, Mr. Yacobelis, this was your champion project. In February, I disagreed with you sitting on this dais, discussing this because I said you had a conflict. I still believe you do. Prior to you being on Out Montclair as a volunteer, you were unpaid. Now you are paid. This project cannot go forward. You're not ready. I ask you to think about
That's your
it.
time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Paul Brubaker, 6 Holland Terrace. The last time I was at this podium, I said an empirical fact, which is that the state has declared a food desert in the area around Lackawanna Plaza. It was a member of the planning board that shouted an expletive sitting right over here. I don't go to planning board meetings as often as I used to, but to me, when I have that experience, knowing that the planning board twice has had redevelopment plans before it and twice has rejected it, I think there's a failure on the part of the planning board to find a way forward for this community. So that we can have the benefits of the redevelopment for the entire community. People are wanting guarantees. People want all kinds of stipulations and reports and studies. They want guarantees. You want guarantees? Vote no. Vote no. You will definitely have continued blight in that area, an undeveloped asphalt jungle. Vote no, and you will continue to have zero payments to the school system by way of a pilot. Make the play. Some of you have been known to be political athletes. Tonight is the night where you make the play. Vote yes, and vote for the possibilities of everything that Lackawanna Plaza can become for the benefit of the entire community. Thank you.
Good evening, Diane Anglin, 158 Orange Road. I don't have to say just the third ward because I do live in Montclair, and I think now that we're questioning people's addresses and not their passion, that I have a problem with that. I also want to just let it be known that I speak for myself and I don't represent any organization when I say that I am for the Lackawanna development going through. I hope you are not the board that will rest your hat on Montclair not developing and growing and working. Sometimes we come up here and we're like, has he built anything else before? I'm not sure that that's a requirement to be a developer in Montclair and that we've asked that of everybody else. I don't think that BDP has to be punished for what happened from the top of Orange Road on down to Valley and Bloom and then right on down that caused a lot of this traffic. Maybe we stop parking on Bloomfield Avenue. I'm not sure. But what I am sure about is that when you come into Montclair, we want it to look beautiful. We want it to be developed. This will bring jobs. Of course, any affordable housing, any number of them is more than the number we have now. So I welcome new people to Montclair. I welcome everyone to talk. We talk about gentrification. In the fourth ward, we got to look at how you can knock down a house and build $8 million houses instead of maybe 20 affordable houses. So gentrification goes all in different ways. So we don't talk about the development that's everywhere else. We're just talking about this particular site. Do I agree that we need to make sure that, traffic and the financials are all in place? Yes, we do. But I agree with what our interim manager is saying is that, yes, let's get this done and then do what we have to do next. So please vote yes.
Hi, I'm Christina Thomas. I am in Robbins District, and she's doing a really bad job of representing me. And Peter, I do not like reading your emails and about that are really propaganda, and they're demeaning to everybody in this town. You're leaving. Do good things before you do. The lack of transparency demonstrated by this council is really problematic. And it seems that the custodian of records doesn't understand that open public records
and open public meetings are requirements. They're not options.
Hold on a second.
Why
Is this regarding Lackawanna Plaza?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is the master plan not abided? Why is the planning board not listened to? Just keep the processes open. Make sure you know what you're doing before you vote. Pay attention. I'm really excited about the idea of Lackawanna Plaza, but I'm shocked that my bank isn't being built into the project and that you didn't know it. It's ridiculous. Be careful what you do that's going to ruin the town that I've lived in for more than 50 years. Thank you.
Anson Pope, Elm Street in the 4th Ward. I came towards the end so I could hear a lot of my friends actually speak before me, and I just wanted to follow up on them a little bit. By the way, for everyone in the room, I'm one of those nefarious, unsavory characters. So we could vote yes for it, and unfortunately the schools will still get nothing. So we heard somebody say vote no for it and they get nothing, vote yes for it, they still get nothing. No change there. I think Andrew O'Toole earlier was just speaking to the township's lack of planning in all things, the lack of planning and getting construction equipment out in a timely fashion so that people can go back to living their lives. More than likely that's going to happen at Lackawanna, and it's going to be much longer and much more lengthy than that. David Greenbaum, I totally agree with him on the traffic study. As somebody that lives on Elm Street, an actual literal stone's throw away from the property, I am not looking forward to the traffic. I drive out of there every morning. I drive in there every day. I drive in and out multiple times in the weekends. I mean, I'm not looking forward to it. Coming down Grove Street right now is a nightmare. I noticed that a lot of people that spoke positively towards the project all seem to be personal friends of the developer, who again, as was said, he cannot be called a developer because a law judge said he cannot. And yes, it is incumbent on us to know what this person has developed before. Have they been able to build a development like this? No, they buy distressed properties and rehabilitate what already exists to therefore make money. Does anyone in this room know what a real estate investment trust or fund is? I ask that because that's how this project is being financed. People are buying shares in this property and making money off of it. Not our township. For all the altruism that you believe is going on here, it's not happening. It just simply is not. But vote yes tonight, because all I've done is spoken to a wall for the last several months.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Luther Fleury. I've been a 4th Ward resident since 2000. I've been a member of the Madison Avenue Civic Association almost that long, where I've held the offices of treasurer and vice president. I was on the board of the Montclair Economic Development Corporation, a founding board member of the Montclair Art Council, and longtime vice president of the Montclair Center Business Improvement District. I was also executive director of the Montclair Center BID. While in that role, I was a major contributor to the 2015 master plan, the last time Montclair did a complete plan. You've all heard my thoughts on Lackawanna before, and my time is short, so I'll get right to it. Vote yes for a plan that will improve the quality of life for thousands of people daily in the BID. Vote yes for a plan which 2 municipally funded studies say will show a net benefit to all Montclair taxpayers. Vote yes to a plan that will benefit businesses up and down the avenue. Vote yes for a plan that lives up to Montclair's value of inclusivity, creating both affordable and workforce housing and supporting multimodal transit. Vote yes for a project that lives up to Montclair's green values, green construction, green mobility, and green living. Vote yes for a project that has less density than is allowed by right. Vote yes for a project with more setbacks and pedestrian space than is required by zoning. Vote yes for a project with public convening spaces. Vote yes for more public art. Vote yes for hundreds of new jobs in the 4th Ward. Vote yes for a project with parking impact aligned with Pathmark back in its heyday. Vote yes to end a shocking food desert in Montclair. Vote yes to end too many years of blight. Vote yes for Lackawanna redevelopment. Thank you.
Stuart Rubin, 22 Elston Road. Mayor Spiller, your permission, I have a couple of photos I'd like to just hold up, and I'll hold them to the back also.
Yeah, you can hold them. Yeah.
This, I'll show some images first. This is looking towards Glenridge Avenue, what's now a parking lot. This is one of the public spaces, one of the two that
Do me a favor, just go to the microphone so everyone at home can hear you too,
This is
and
one
we
of
can
the
hear the
two
police.
public spaces that I have diagrams of. And this is looking towards Glenridge Avenue. Okay?
22 Elston.
I just want you to notice this house right here. I'll turn it to the audience again for a second. This house was up another photo of what they're now looking at. So this is a space that can be anticipated to be alive. Here is the space in front of the historic train station. I'm holding that for the audience. And the train station is in the, on the right-hand side. This is the other major public space to take a look at. I understand there's fear in the 4th Ward that somehow this is going to change the 4th Ward forever from the history of the generations of people that have loved the 4th Ward. And a lot of people on this council, for instance, Mr. Russo, who's been such an advocate for the 4th Ward in the past 25 years. But this is what this house, I'll show you a picture of the house. Now, this is looking from the parking lot. It doesn't do justice because the parking lot is 10 times worse. This is what this house is now looking out at. And I'll show it to the audience and then to the council. First of all, I don't believe this is just a 4th Ward issue. I believe the intersection of Bluefield Ave and Grove, this is a town-wide issue of big importance. It's probably the busiest or biggest intersection in town. I don't get why fear. I think that in the name of progressivism, there's reactionary issues being presented to preserve what's there. It doesn't work.
Thank
and
you.
Something really good could happen there. I think you should vote yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jason Gleason, Montclair Center Business Improvement District. Didn't plan on speaking tonight, but felt compelled to after hearing a number of different people speak. So I wrote this up. On behalf of Board of Directors.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. On behalf of my Board of Directors, I'd like to say that we at Montclair Center Bid wholeheartedly support the redevelopment at Lackawanna Plaza, and furthermore, urge the Council to vote as a whole, yes. And as a whole is important to state. After 20 years of serving our downtown, we have a unique understanding of the promise that this incredible property holds, not only for our downtown, but for the township and the region as a whole. Sitting directly at the border of the 3rd and 4th Wards, this property has not only the opportunity to be the great handshake between the 3rd and 4th Ward, but for the township as a whole. It's a great quality social infrastructure, grocery, unique retail, new office, and record affordable housing and workforce housing has the potential to set the township up for a reasonable, responsible, and resilient future. The COVID pandemic has accelerated many shifts in the psyche of the American public and the trends of our downtowns nationwide. These are trends that we are keenly aware of and are shifting very rapidly away from the exclusionary policies that are held so dearly by some in this township. Policies that will be the death knell and harken us back to an age where the bid was created in the first place. Where our downtown goes, as goes the town, and study after study shows that millennials and Gen Z desire work-play downtowns that have vibrant social infrastructure and environmentally and socially conscious amenities. This redevelopment has that, our town has that, and these are the generations, along with Gen Alpha behind it, that are the first non-white generations in our country's history. They're economically diverse in political background and ideology, culturally diverse, and some could say in a vacuum, easily polarized, but one thing remains current as a thread between them all. Due to the pandemic, they want to connect. These are the generations that will call Lackawanna home, get their first jobs there, raise a family, propose to their loved ones in a beautiful open space, attend an event, start a business, and invest themselves into our town and become to love it as much as everyone in this room does. Lackawanna is a look to the future and something that has been largely lost in these past 9 years of conversation, and we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're staying awake. Eric Larson, 4th Ward. Speak a little bit concisely about minimums and mids. I spoke to you guys a little bit a couple months ago about railroads. Hope you remember that conversation. So, minimum, right? Minimum of public interaction. Minimum of public interaction here tonight. 2 minutes reduced from 3 minutes, right? Putting public comment after. Can't have too much talking, too much people, too much interaction. Got to minimize it, right? Minimize interaction with a planning board. Minimize the engagement of the planning that you knew that this was coming down the road, that you didn't want to present it to the town. Minimize accurate representation of materials, plans, renderings, models. Minimal information on traffic and second order effects, how it's going to affect our day-to-day life, right? Minimal analysis on environment, right? Minimal analysis on flooding. You heard a person coming here before, adjacent properties, bringing out their lawyers, getting ready to sue because this project has not followed, has only followed the minimum necessary to ram it through, right? So, we can do better, right? Very simple rule of thumb. Any negotiation proposals, you don't accept the first thing you get. You don't accept the second one. The minimum you'll look at is the second revision, the third round. That's the one that is actually compromised and shaped and cut things out and hard decisions how to be made, right? That's a simple rule of thumb that you all practice in your business, I'm sure, in other parts of your life. We have to apply that here. Now, mid, right? Lackawanna Plaza is the middle of our town. It's the cultural crossroad. It is the crossroads of the wards. It's the crossroad commercially, all that kind of stuff, right? But we don't want to make the middle of our town mid, right? We don't, as young people still say, which is below quality. Valley and Gloom, mid, right? MC Hotel, mid, right? We don't want a project born out of midnight conversations, midlife crises, and mid-career anxiety.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Scott Kennedy, 423 Bloomfield Avenue Properties. I'm no longer a citizen of Montclair. I've moved out, but I still own property here, and I've been here for 35 years. And from 30,000 feet, I want to thank everyone in this room who came out and spoke eloquently with all the details. But you guys have shepherded us through the COVID. You've been here through thick and thin, and you've made decisions on behalf of this whole community that you felt were the best ones. We don't always agree, Sean. You and I know that. But what I do know, in your heart and heart of hearts, is that you guys are working hard for us. And you've gotten this project this far. And it's time for it to vote yes on this project so we can move it forward as a community and get on to the other things. Thank you.
Good evening. Lois Thompson, 31 Grand Street, 4th Ward. I've lived in Montclair, that address, for over 30 years. And I went to Montclair State, bought a place in Montclair, and was happy with my home. I shopped at the Lackawanna Plaza. I shopped as well as to other small businesses, as well as the Pathmark. And while being a resident there and living through this, I'm going to call it a hell of waiting for something to come in, I do want a new development. I want something there. This just is not it. I don't think enough has been done, first of all. I don't think the work has been done. I think you failed this community as a body. Mr. Peter Iacovelli, you are my worst vote ever that I will ever think about. I've trusted that you would be doing what was best for the town, best for the 4th Ward, and you failed us. Mayor, I didn't vote for you. Someone asked, is it important that we ask the question about anything being built here before, the developer building before? I'm building a house in South Carolina. It's important for me to know about the history of the builder, because it then makes me know whether or not that building is going to be able to stand the test of time. So yes, for this community, it is very important to know about whether this person has done this job before. It's very important. And someone else also mentioned the work from the planning committee, or I should say the vote from the planning committee. We trust the planning committee to make recommendations. They made a recommendation where they said, no, this is not a viable plan. But you don't want to listen.
Thank you.
Joan Pransky, 11 Stephen Street. I never think I'm going to speak until somebody says something that makes me want to get time now. Okay. Look, you don't need the planning board or any expert to tell you. You know there are serious traffic problems. You know there are serious parking problems. You know that if you don't resolve the parking and the traffic problems, the supermarket means nothing for the South End, which is the concern for the real food desert, not a supermarket in the middle of a luxury complex. You know it's out of character with the neighborhood. You know that. You know about the flooding issues. You know that you could require much more low and moderate income housing. You've seen the economic impact study. You certainly know it now. You could build more. You got 1,200 people on a waiting list. You know all that. You know about the flooding. So why is this the moment to vote yes? Why is this the moment to hurry up and have a meeting at 6 o'clock and give people 2 minutes and let the whole community tear each other apart? Why isn't this the moment where you take on your responsibility and go back to the developer and say, these are all the problems. We've seen the economic studies, both of them. You got plenty of room. Do better for the town. Do better for us. Why are you ceding your responsibility, and why are you ceding your power? What is that about? Why are you giving up your power? This isn't even a negotiation. You're in control of this. This is an ordinance. You are in control. Why are you giving up your power to do better and ask for more when there's more to be had? This isn't the perfect versus the good. This isn't all or nothing. This is you doing a better job, exercising your power to get more for us.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the comments on that. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on this ordinance. Objection closed. It's now closed. With that, I will turn it over to, were you trying to come up for that? Yes. All right, I'll give you a little exception on that one. If you're, huh? Yeah, this will be the last one.
Good evening, Council. Mike McDonald, Llewellyn Road, 3rd Ward. Sorry I was late. I came from back to school night at Northeast, and a lot better energy from the 5th grade teachers there than here. But I am a strong supporter of Lackawanna, and I'm encouraging you guys to vote yes. I sent my top 15 reasons to vote yes to everybody a couple of times. I just want to highlight a couple of those. The supermarket. I grew up with a mom who worked at our local supermarket as a cashier for 28 years, and remember doing my homework in the break room while she worked at our local Acme, and just realized how important that supermarket and grocery store was to the community on so many levels, and was shocked when I moved here 8.5 years ago, right when Pathmark was closing, that a food desert in New Jersey was being created. So super excited about the supermarket. My dad was a police officer for 34 years, military vet, so I'm super excited about the workforce housing component. Excited that this is the largest affordable housing project in recent memory in town. Excited for all the open space, all the potential art installations, the thoughtful nature in terms of the preservation of the train and adaptive reuse components there. Excited just to have more housing in general in this area. Obviously, that's just a huge concern, and I think it's a real gift that there's 7, 8, 9 folks helping lead this project that are all local and are all going to have to live with it. And many of them have young kids. They're going to be here for decades. So anyway, I hope you vote yes tonight for Lackawanna. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will now close the hearing. No. So it's our comments. Okay. So with that, we've closed the hearing on the ordinance for Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan. So now I'll open up to council members for council comment. Certainly, I'll note who is here: Janice Talley, planning director, and also Iris Smith, who's been a key piece in this work as well. I want to thank you both, and certainly Keenan as well. Yes, sorry, where are you? Sorry, yep. You're hidden a little bit from me, but also want to just note, though, and our appreciation for all of you, in all seriousness here, because I know that we did have many meetings, and you attended the ones that I hosted, and I know my colleagues hosted, so you did virtual ones as well, and all those pieces, and I think that's to be commended. If there was anything, given the work that you have put into this, is there anything you would like to say at this moment? It's your choice, but I wanted to give you that because you have put in so much time. Is there anything you'd like to share, or not? Good.
It may, if I may.
That's fair. Yes, I appreciate that. Although, Janice, I'm sure you'd note that you do know the county roads, but I'll leave that alone, right? So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for council comments. And Councilwoman Price Abrams, I see you looking to go, so I'll start with you.
Thank you. It's not that I actually was ready to make my comments as much as I did want to ask if whether Ms. Talley or the consultants who had been involved could actually just address some of what you had shared that I don't think was really fully covered in terms of the water issues and the stormwater. And, I know I have some information, but I think you'd be better able to, probably articulate it as to how it's being addressed with the adjacent property and the Tony's Brook piece. Thanks.
Just in short, we did spend a lot of time working on the stormwater issues. We met with Mr. Heller, the adjacent property owner, who brought to my attention his concerns about flooding on his property, flooding on the Lackawanna Plaza property. I brought the township engineer, the planning board engineer, as well as the redevelopers engineer to a series of meetings to talk about the flooding issue. And in the end, the decision was to write into the redevelopment plan the requirement that the redeveloper meet the new stormwater control requirements, which at the time that the redevelopment plan was prepared were not yet in effect. And those new stormwater requirements from DEP were intended to address the additional flooding issues from climate change and from storms such as Ida. So that's one thing. We also worked with them to make sure that the submission requirements and the studies that are to be done as prior to site plan review would include a thorough evaluation of the volume of flow through all of through the Tony's Brook culvert and the other stormwater culverts that cross that property, as well as their condition, so that when it comes to the planning board, we will have an accurate information, including a video tape coverage of the existing condition. The third item was the actual submission to DEP of a new flood hazard area designation for part of the Lackawanna Plaza property. Right now, it doesn't meet the criteria for flood hazard area. And at the suggestion of Mr. Heller, we included a requirement that part of the property be designated as a flood hazard area. They subsequently, this is the three developers, submitted an application to DEP to designate it as a flood hazard area. And that designation elevates the requirements for them to get any permits for that property, and it elevates the requirements for site plan review in terms of safety, in terms of grading, in terms of net cut and fill. So we tried to be as careful as possible to address those issues, and we did bring in, to put into the conversation, a variety of different engineers to help craft that language.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I just know also, I do know also, and we discussed it much earlier in the process, but the area where Tony's Brook flows, which is really just back by building the D, back on Glen Ridge on the east side.
Yeah, the majority of that
that's no
is
longer going to be covered by a physical
Right.
structure.
The majority of that is actually in Glen Ridge Avenue. A small portion of it crosses the northeastern corner of the redevelopment area, and that will be undeveloped.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Any Councilman Cummings?
Yes. Did you have?
Excuse me.
Carrie Heller to Town Attorney.
Hold on a second. No, we've closed
question-
comments on this.
Well,
No,
it's
I
not
appreciate.
comments. You brought up a witness. You brought up a witness.
49(2), which your attorney has put forth. It says that the opportunity to be heard shall include the right to ask pertinent questions concerning the ordinance by any resident of the municipality or any other person affected by the ordinance. This came from the town attorney.
Right.
You've denied that right.
Not at all. We opened it up,
No,
and anyone could have
opened it
come
up
up and
to
asked
the
any
hearing
questions.
For comments and 2 minutes, that doesn't include questioning.
I don't think I agree with that statement.
Let the
We
record
have it
show that the
open.
mayor refused to allow questioning of witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Abrams.
No witnesses. Mr. Cummings, you're up.
So I have a lot of questions. A lot of it deals with process. But first, Mr. Hughes, thank you for showing up. I've asked you to attend all of my meetings, and you didn't. So I would like to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Hughes directly, which starts with, we got a financial plan from Mr. Beneke back in August, which he took about a month and a half to create. So Friday at around 6 o'clock, I got a financial report from you. When did you, or who asked you to do that?
Ms. Talley,
When?
late the week before.
So what took Mr. Beneke about a month to do, you did in 10, 12 days.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you meet Mr. Beneke's report?
I did.
What'd you think?
Well, I prepared my own independent analysis.
No, my question is, what did you think of his? You read it.
Yeah, I saw some flaws in his analysis from my perspective.
Such as?
Certain assumptions with respect to costs on the municipality.
That's one.
Yes.
And I don't mean, I want you to know, I'm trying to be respectful, but I also have to ask these questions because, again, I had 3 public meetings and requested you to send them, and you didn't. So this is my first chance to get to ask you questions and where we had before. So can you tell me how you came up with your calculations?
Certainly. Do you have any specific questions?
Well, the pilot.
Okay. How did I derive
Yes.
of a projected pilot payment?
Yeah.
So I looked at the anticipated annual gross revenue projected for the proposed project, and I assumed a statutory minimum of 10% annual service charge, which is a very conservative assumption because it is the minimum, as has been pointed out. And I did the analysis in terms of projecting revenue to the township on an annual basis and arrived at my conclusions.
So Mr. Beneke's report said around 2.1 million, and yours said around 1.2.
I don't believe Mr. Beneke's report even evaluated a pilot scenario.
Yes, he did. And then the second question I have for you, or another question. To assess these properties, do you know George Labrizzi?
No.
Mark Hendricks?
I believe they're township staff, but I have not.
Yeah, so
directly
George
met
is
with
our
them.
tax assessor, and Mark is our real estate appraiser. So I would think with a property like this, that those are two gentlemen who would talk to get their analysis on it. And Mr. Paul, I can understand down the road they will be, but to deliver something like this, I would wonder why you would not reach out to them or ask if there was something like that available to you.
I did request information from those departments and received it through Ms. Talley, and that was incorporated in my analysis.
So George, you got that information, Janice, from George and Mr. Hendricks?
I reached out to, not to Mr. Hendricks, but I reached out to George to get information that was valuable to putting together this fiscal impact study. I also reached out to the CFO and asked her for her input as well. So
I'm just being honest here. I called George and Mr. Hendricks, and neither one of them told me they heard from nobody from the township. So that's what he told me. So the second part, when I asked you before about, how you came up with your projects and everything, clearly you've done this a lot.
Yes.
Okay. How many reports like this have you done with your?
I don't have a specific number. I would say dozens.
Okay. And was this one complicated?
No.
So it's very easy.
I wouldn't say it was very easy, but I wouldn't say it was terribly complicated.
Well, the reason I asked that is because, again, despite Mr. Beneke's issues with the township, what he did deliver to us was, I thought, pretty comprehensive, but more importantly, it had things where the developer had to give to the township. I saw nothing of that in yours. For instance, he asked that the developer have to pay $500,000 towards the job programs for the high school to help young people be able to get jobs. He asked for a senior discount for seniors to go to the grocery store. None of that in your report.
Well, that's completely outside the scope of a fiscal impact analysis.
Well, what
that's
it does,
not what I was asked to
But what
evaluate.
it does, it shows that he was trying to figure out, as someone said earlier, give and take, negotiations. What can we do? What can we get out of this? What can the township get out of this? And listen, I'll be on the record. I like David Placer. I think he's a good guy, and I think he is the right developer for this project. I just think right now we have to get it to the point where we really get to the questions and get to the answers of how we can make this better.
Well, in terms of Mr. Beneke's methodology and his outreach and the work that he put in, and as it relates to certain gives to the municipality, I would point out Mr. Beneke, to my knowledge, did not actually reach out to the fire department or the police department, yet in his report, he made certain assumptions about a new ladder truck would be required or a certain number of police officers. Unlike Mr. Beneke, I actually spoke to those representatives, and they confirmed to me that no ladder truck was needed, for example. No additional staffing was needed above and beyond what's currently understaffed in both departments. To answer your question, just in terms of process and methodology, I think it's important to point that out, that I actually spoke to both of those officials, and their input was reflected in this report in an accurate manner.
So I really don't speak to the fire chief, but I do speak to Chief Conforti. And so I did ask him that question. And what he said to me was that my answer was, hey, I cannot give you an accurate assessment until I've realized what the whole project is. That's what he said to me. It wasn't just, we don't need anything. It was, Dave, right now, we've been able to handle development all around township. However, I can't tell you what we will need without knowing the scope of the project. So that's a little bit different than what you're hinting at right now.
No, that's what he told me. Was the question I asked him was the way the current Montclair community is being served in terms of police services. the existing population, will that be also the case for the new population that will live in the proposed Lackawanna project? And he said yes. And so the assumption that I made was that the cost of serving the existing population on a per capita basis would extend to this new population at Lackawanna Plaza.
Right, but I just want to make it clear that he does have concerns about when the full project is done, that we may need more police and firemen. Well, more, I'm not going to speak about the firemen, more police. That's what I asked him. And he said, really, until this is complete, I don't know what we will need. That's what he said to me. And that's kind of like a little bit different than what this report says, where it says that they said they will need nothing. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Another question I have, and this is the annual service charge, where you talk about a 10% minimum and a 15% maximum. And is that for the residential?
No, that's for the entire project.
Okay, so I would like to know, Mr. Lapolla, you can look this up for us, please. What are our pilot agreements in terms of percentage on all the developments we have? And then the part about the 15% maximum, again, I'm asking, does that include the residential?
Yes.
Okay, so my question there goes to, it's come under my conversations with the state controller. I will also admit, Mr. Beneke, that the 15% maximum is only possible when you're doing 100% affordable. This does not do 100% affordable. This only has 20% affordable.
Mr. Cummings, we're talking about details of a pilot agreement that have not even begun to be negotiated yet.
No, I'm talking about details from your report where you just said
and what I'm saying is,
you just said 15% maximum is what happens to the the residential part of this.
Right,
and
so
that's not true.
There's a range that's provided by statute. The experts will engage in those negotiations and go through the details of that should this redevelopment plan be adopted.
Understood, but I'm asking a question again. You just said that I asked you about residential is a 15% maximum. You said yes.
For the entire project. Again, there may be certain wrinkles in the statute.
I asked you specifically about residential, and you said yes.
Yes.
Okay, and that's not true. It's not 100% affordable. And my point to this is that what you've turned into us was not a very detailed report. It was a report done in about 10 days for a project that's going to last 80 years. And it's at, yes, we are at the beginning, but this is something that we need to start having conversations about. But we have to get the information we do as the council. We need to have information that we can really rely upon, which is then gets to my point about, yes, the planning board shot this down. HPC doesn't agree with it. And those are things that we have to take into consideration if we want to. And I want to finally, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You and I, we had our meetings and everything.
We did have our meetings, didn't we? We
right.
had our meetings,
right.
Yes.
Well, we had one meeting. And what I'll say is this, to the grocery store. Everybody up here has been talking about the need of a supermarket, need of a grocery store. My biggest concern with the grocery store that's presently being considered is whether or not it fits the township of Montclair. Okay? And I say that because everybody on this dais knows what the grocery store is. But I bet you I'm the only one who went to the grocery store. In fact, today I went. And at the grocery store, there was, my wife likes Keurig coffee. Keurig coffee at this grocery store that we're proposing was $11. I went to ShopRite, it was $8. So for you all to know, the grocery store that being proposed is Amazon Fresh. That is the grocery store. So you wonder why it hasn't been brought out, because I don't care, anybody in here tell me what grocery store that will fit this area is Amazon Fresh. Because I think about things, as I told you, of my father. He's 90 years old, 89, hopefully be 90 in March. He doesn't have an Amazon Prime card. And then somebody over here said about how their father was a cashier. Well, the Amazon Fresh only had two lanes open with a cashier, because everything else you check out on your own. So this is for the public to know, because what I'm saying to you is this project is going to have a tremendous impact on our town. Yes, I am the 4th Ward resident. I'm a 4th Ward councilman, but I am a Montclair person. all right, always have been. And I know that this particular project can be a boon for the township. But I want to make sure that people get what they deserve. And so a lot of what I've heard here tonight was like what I want. I'm about what do you need? And what we need is a viable grocery store that fits the community. We have a lot of people on fixed income. The prices at this store are high. What you can get there is not a huge variety. It's very limited. These are things that people need to know. So if you're going to come up here and talk about what we need, if we need a grocery store, a supermarket, let's get one that the community fits. That has nothing to do with you, so I'm not speaking to you directly. I apologize for that. But it's something that I think the community needs to need, because while we've been sitting on this, now that we're about to vote, it's time for everyone to know everything. We talked about traffic. We are going to eliminate traffic on Grove Street and Elm Street. Eliminate it. What does that mean for the families, 2 and 3 family people? What does that mean for folks in apartments when they have people come by to visit them? Where are they going to park? They're going to have to go park in a parking deck where they're going to have to pay. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right. And those who don't park there are going to have to park on Grove Terrace, where we know what the Clover Hill folks feel. So we're looking at a way we're pushing things out, and we're doing it in a manner that truly has been disrespectful to the community. Now, I say this respectfully I looked at all the emails I received today. Every time I turned on every time I went into my town council, I had another 30, 40 emails. I looked at the addresses. Again, I'm not speaking to you. I do have another question for you. Overwhelmingly, I probably had 20% Fourth Ward residents. That's who I first have to respond to. After that, my duties respond to the township. And so, yes, this will help and support all of Montclair. But what it's going to do to the immediate area is going to be very impactful. It's not going to make anything better. Yes, it will be great for the businesses. No doubt about that. But what about the residents? My classmate sat up here. She sits right across the street. She lives right across the street from it. When you took into consideration what you did, and we had this conversation, open space, how much of this property is open space to the public?
It's going to be 20% open space set aside, publicly accessible open space.
So of the 100% open space, how much of that is to the public?
It's all publicly accessible.
There's the open space?
Open space in this project, the various plaza areas, will all be publicly accessible.
Okay, so but again, I don't want to play semantics, because it's all about this going to be great open space, but the open space that's actually to the public is around 20%.
The publicly accessible open space constitutes at minimum 20% of the area of the property.
Right, so everyone who sits around and says it's going to be great open space, understand it's going to be very limited to the public open space. It's going to be very much for those who live there. So that's a big difference.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's 20% of the site will be open space, which will be available and accessible to the Montclair community as a whole.
And then how much, but then there's a bunch of space that is also private.
Well, of course, if you build a residential building, there's going to be some amenity space for the residents.
And that's my point, is that what we are, again, what we are saying, when everything devil's in the details. That's where you really get to it. Until this is built and up, we will then have an idea of really what it matters. So then, you and I had the discussion about the parking, specifically the current parking in front of what was the former Pathmark, in which we want to now consider that as, we want to spur that as green space, because we want to put a circular driveway in there, correct?
Oh, the driveway is definitely not part of the open space.
No, my question is, I know that's not, but I'm saying, but we consider that green space, because we're going to have the circular driveway, which I think was about 26 parking spots?
Plus or minus.
Okay, so the TD Bank lot is eliminating and losing all of its parking.
Yes.
Okay, so they right now have 35 parking spaces. That goes to 0. Then the current lot, surface lot, is probably around 70 to 80 parking spaces. That's going to go down to around 26.
Okay.
No, I'm saying this is the conversation we had. I'm just asking you, right?
Something like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so now-
if the comparison is yes, there's a surface parking lot, and will that go away? The answer is yes.
So of the 44 grocery stores that Amazon Fresh has, how many do you think do not have surface parking?
I'm sure that there's a mix of structured and surface parking in the Amazon Fresh grocery store supply.
Would the number 6 sound right?
I have no idea.
So again, that's my point. If we know that this grocery store is coming, we should look at what the grocery store is, at least for me. Because again, I go back to thinking about my dad. I know he does not need to be driving up a parking deck and park and have to take an escalator to get his groceries. Or if the escalator for some reason is not working, he has to now take an elevator. I just don't think that's right. I think there's, again, give back. So let's think about the residents. Everyone talks about all the seniors in the area. And we're now saying, okay, senior citizens, this is how you're gonna have to go to your grocery store. I don't think that's right. I think there's some give back here. And that's part of the reason where, with this plan, I have serious reservations, not just from planning board, not just from HPC, but from process of here, my colleagues. Because I don't think it's possible that we could turn out a fiscal analysis in 10 days when, despite what you say, he's an expert in his field, he did it in roughly 6 weeks.
All I can tell you, Councilor Cummings, I've attended every meeting that I've been asked to come to on this project, number one. Number two, when I got a call 10 days ago to scramble to finish a fiscal impact analysis because the township's other expert was terminated for reasons I'm unaware of, I stepped up to the plate and delivered a report to council because I thought it was important that you have that in advance of tonight's meeting.
I love the adjective scrambled, because that's what you did. You got something, you did it quickly.
Thank you, okay.
I also would like to know from Ms. Talley, did I ask for Mr. Hughes to attend my public meetings?
I attended every meeting that I was invited to and that I could attend
You were
due to my
invited to
schedule.
all of my meetings. You can ask Ms. Talley that.
There was a meeting where Mr. Hughes had a conflict because he had another meeting that night. And so he couldn't attend that public meeting. And we also have a limit. There is a cap in the number of meetings in his contract. So
My question is, did Mr. Hughes have invitations for me to all of my public meetings?
I reached out to him. If he had a conflict, I said, you don't.
That's not my question.
I said, I can handle the questions.
My question is, did Mr. Hughes have an invitation from me to all of my public meetings?
Okay, Mr. Cummings, I made him aware.
It's a very simple answer, Janice.
Let her answer it.
I made him aware of your meetings to find out about his availability. He wasn't always available.
So he wasn't available for 3 meetings. Well, one, he had a conflict. But then, when we had the public meeting, which became a virtual meeting, correct? So the public has never had an opportunity to hear from Mr. Hughes. Mr. Smith, I do thank you. You did attend one of my public meetings. So I'm just putting out here right now that this is the environment that we're in, and this is the way we've operated. And it's not right. Not for a project this size and this important. It's not. The question was asked about the CFO. I'm sure she will have an opportunity to participate in this.
She already did.
Well, I'm talking about going forward. Because again, I know she didn't get a chance to see Mr. Hughes' fiscal report.
I reached out to her for her
No,
input.
I'm saying, I know because I sent her an email when I received it, her and Mr. Scantlebury, have you all received this? And the answer was no. She's not in the country right now, but she did respond back and said no. So again, I'm going back, I go on what she says to me.
I did reach out for her input as we were working on the report, and she said she couldn't offer any guidance.
Right, that's not what I said. I said, Janice, you and I get along fine. When I got this report at 6 o'clock on Friday, I sent the report to Mr. Scantlebury and Mrs. Guile, and I asked, have you all seen this? And the answer was no. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Again, the CFO didn't even get this sent to her. Our deputy manager was not included on the document that was shared with us from the manager. And so when I look at these things, it says to me, who are we? Who do we want to be a part of this? All of us need to be a part of this, and all of us need to have opportunity to do this. No one that I know of outside of EDC knew that we were asking for another fiscal analysis. We're a body of 7. So who asked for the fiscal analysis?
I did.
The second one. You did? Okay. You asked for the fiscal analysis, so you didn't need to share it with all of us, that you were asking for another report.
In light of the termination of the previous advisor, Mr. Beneke, and the issues surrounding that, I made
Is
a
your
decision.
microphone on? I can't hear you that well.
I made a decision to get a second opinion, so as we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of basically the credibility of that report based on the issues for which his services were terminated. I made that decision.
So let me just say to the public, Mr. Beneke has been a part of a lot of our redevelopment plans. And to think that this plan would be compromised, I think is ridiculous. But what I will say is what he is alleged to have done and happened, there's no doubt he was wrong. But that doesn't mean to me that his work product is not excellent. Because part of Mr. Beneke's process of being part of this township is where we've been financially, a part of his stewardship. So I'm not going to besmirch his professional acumen. Okay, I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is that in this particular regard, I don't think 10 days, 12 days can give this body an accurate and proper fiscal report. Because, it's funny, when we got Bruce Morgan's report on the fire department, a lot of people said this report isn't very thorough. But then when we got the one from O'Toole, the response was this was thorough. And so that O'Toole report was voluminous, and yet Mr. Morgan's wasn't. So we pick and choose when we want to say something is, and you weren't here, but I'm talking more about this council, which right now is about to take in the hands to make a vote, probably say yes, and then down the road, we'll end up making some adjustments. But I'm not going to sit up here right now as a fourth ward counselor and not make sure that I didn't ask you the questions that I wanted to ask you, because I haven't even had the opportunities before, and let the public know where we stand specifically on the grocery store, because right now we're too close to this, and the council needs to know, and the people need to know, if they feel that this grocery store really fits the community, as it's been said, now they know they can do their own research. And I implore you, go up to Paramus, right there, it's right next to Old Mall, go in there and see if you think that fits Montclair. Or you can go where they're supposed to open up on Cedar Grove on Route 46, which they haven't opened up yet. And all reports are they are trying to get out of the grocery business. So what does that mean? We don't know what we're going to get there. So I see to anybody else having questions.
All right, thank you. I'll just say, appreciate, I know you weren't necessarily coming up to answer questions, so appreciate your ability to do that and your time on that. Any other comments from the council? Councilwoman Price Abrams, did you next?
Sure, I have to just organize my thoughts a little bit. I really want to thank everybody for this very robust process, and I want to reiterate something that's been said, but that this is the plan of the Township Council. It is something that I know that Ms. Talley had worked from the previously negotiated plan, which was of the council before. We worked with a new sense of the vision from the members of this council, BDP Holdings. We have taken considerable input from the planning board. As I'm advised, it's not even, I could be wrong, but it's not even always the case that it would go back to the planning board. In this instance, having had planning board input and then revisions, we sent it back for input. So it's not that we didn't factor in considerably what they shared with us on the first round, but there was, in the next tier phases, I'm going to say a bit more about it as I go forward, as well as the HPC. We've had, as you all know, and others who may be listening, many, many hours of public comment, input, and visioning that has taken place over a period of years, and I think the plan is better for all of that process. I do appreciate, again, the HPC, their appropriate deference to preserving and helping tell the story of Montclair. It's valued and commendable, and I thank really everybody on these bodies. And I do think, as I said, there's been much accommodation to many excellent ideas in this regard from the earlier iterations. The buildings, as you know, have been made somewhat smaller, more sculptured, especially the eastern buildings which face neighbors, along Bloomfield Avenue, but set back so that, things that shouldn't be a sheer face of a wall have been sculpted with step backs and such to make it more appropriate. The scales come down. As was noted earlier, where Tony's Brook crosses the property, that is no longer going to have a building sitting on it, so that should there be any issue there, it can be accessed appropriately. More open space has been added to the footprint, and accommodations for more ground level parking was actually included to accommodate some requests. So again, around that oval in front of the whole property, that is not counting toward the open space, but it is technically space that is open. There's some limited parking there. There's some additional on the side, which I think, to Councilor Cummings' point, not with his agreement, I think, but that would be for some people who do not want to use the deck. They may be able to run a short errand using some of the open parking. More open space itself has been added to the footprint, and accommodations, I said this part, okay. And again, that whole oval will be available as programmable community space, and I think there's a lot of intention around how we will build community in the footprint of this whole plan. The historic waiting room, a historic asset of the township, is now found on private property, and that deserves some degree of deference. And in fact, that space will be limited to events, exhibitions, and similar uses. So it's not even just going to be just commercial space. It's going to be kept to certain kind of uses, again, with, I think, certain amount of deference, and helping to use it for continuing education about the history and allowing it to have a place in the future. I believe that further adaptive reuse of certain structures, as well as a means to ensure sight lines of the historic waiting room, have been refined, and I'm confident that they're going to be woven in with effective signage to help tell the story of the place that was. But we are rightly mindful to shift our gaze out toward the future, the needs and wishes of people today and tomorrow, when we make a plan of this scale and significance. We have sought to balance a number of key wants when setting priorities for the property. Clearly, first on most lips, as we've discussed all evening, was to build a modern full-service supermarket that is walkable to a great swath of population in the 3rd and 4th wards, to address what has been designated as a food desert by those who live here, but also by the state of New Jersey. So whether the supermarket that has been selected is going to be the one at the end of the deal, I have no idea. Councilor Cummings had thoughts on whether they're going to be viable. I think that's something the developer will deliver. We have a supermarket is an essential element of this project. Open space, as we noted, is a valued asset, one that's in scarce supply in the downtown business district. The pockets of open space interspersed with elements from our history will be a welcome addition to the quality of life for people living, working, shopping, or strolling through this revitalized part of the downtown community. I should just say, as a general matter, the environmental considerations, I know there's endorsements from many of the bodies and other entities that have volunteers serving. We've heard from some of the people here tonight. But the Environmental Commission, in fact, did endorse the plan based on largely the open space, I believe. And I know that the buildings are built with a certain amount of intentionality, in particular one that will be to certain elevated standards, because that is something for sustainability, as well as to demonstrate, I think, that we can do more of that. Affordable housing. While I share the wishes that we might have had even more affordable housing in this plan, I recognize that the council secured many benefits for the community, and I'm advised that the feasibility of meeting that 20% standard obligation, which we have in our normal building, has not been undertaken by any of the other redevelopment projects, certainly none that prior recent councils have gotten. They have gotten 10%. And that is more challenging to actually build 20% affordable housing, but this developer we've committed him to doing that. And beyond that, we now have also workforce housing. So we have scaled housing, affordability to very low income, moderately low income, and then people who are actually in workforce scenarios. So it's 80% or 85% to a median or something like that. So we have the ability to bring people in, and that's a commitment to say people who live and work in this town should have a place to live in a new facility of this scale, and I'm proud of that. I think those are value statements that we want local people to be able to participate in this plan. And then I'd say the health of the downtown community itself, as the 3rd Ward councilor, and this project, while it sits technically in the 4th Ward, literally will serve probably quite equally both of those wards, as well as people from all over town, as you've heard many of them, in testimony tonight and elsewhere, giving their, approval for it. But the health of the downtown community itself is an asset and beneficiary of this project. In the place of a blighted property, this parking lot, sitting between the vibrant Bloomfield Avenue corridor to the west and the Bloomfield Avenue corridor to the east, will be a living and engaging element which connects residents and visitors to opportunities of interest. How do we get people coming from the heart of downtown, the 3rd Ward, and visiting the businesses that are down further? They stop. They get to a certain point and look around. They don't want to walk there, and they go back to where their car is parked and where another place for dessert may be, instead of exploring further. That is the goal. We're connecting disparate pieces by making something rich and good in the middle of it. So we're bringing people into the 4th Ward in more meaningful ways. People desire and deserve the social infrastructure to live, play, eat, and walk downtown. And I know the bid folks said it, and I probably learned that from them, but yes, eat, play, live, and walk, that is the heart of what we want for the community. There are approximately, I'm told, 17,000 people living within walking distance of downtown. So before even people get into their cars, and there is adequate parking for them, but before people even need to use their cars, 17,000 people can actually walk to all the things that we're talking about having here. That will be a greatly enhancing experience for residents and visitors alike. And as I said, the 4th Ward businesses will experience enhanced connections to support their offerings in Montclair. As to the financial equation, and I know we just had some discussion around it, not for myself fully clarifying the impact of those statements. So Mr. Beneke, being at the time was our advisor, was asked to develop a plan. It took him a period of time. I'm not sure it took him 6 weeks. I just think he didn't do it till he did it, and then we have it. And then maybe because of that person no longer being our advisor, Mr. Lapolla sought a different financial analysis. I will acknowledge that is not the strength I bring to this council. There are others who really can get into the weeds on the finances. My takeaway, however, is that both of them demonstrated that either way, the project shows the township will be receiving financial benefit. I think that was the threshold question we were trying to find out. Is this a winner or loser for the township? And I think either way, I believe it is. It could be even a better one. I think they were both conservative. However they did their analyses, and they obviously were different in certain ways as I went side by side trying to make sense of them, they both demonstrate that there will be benefit to the developer, and the benefit to the developer redounds to the benefit of the township financially. We want this to be successful because, you take someone who's going to invest, and what will be created is generative. And so I do believe that is the case, and it is to the benefit of our residents that we reinvest in this way. And so again, I just want to end with appreciation to all who have done very much work and analysis and been passionate on this over the years, and I will be voting yes.
Councilman Russo?
Maybe I should abstain from speaking tonight. I had an operation 6 weeks ago. I'm better now, but I'm not great. I saw the doctors today who said, don't get stressed tonight at the meeting. I even told David Plasek at one point today when I texted with him that I might not come. But out of courtesy to him, I just want to say that I was not going to vote at all tonight. I was going to recuse myself because David Plasek helped 3 constituents in this town, partly at my request last year, with the needs they had. There were people who had a real struggle with business or had a struggle with their home, they had a struggle with their children, and they needed a little help. One person actually wanted to be Miss New Jersey. She would have been the first lesbian. He just gave them money at my request. So I feel, in a way, he helped me, and that I should recuse myself. But I'm not going to recuse myself because it's too important to not be part of the conversation. So I'm going to be here to talk about this and still make a decision when we vote. I'm torn so much because I think he's a great developer, he's a great person, he's a great family. He's the right person to do this, as Councilor Cummings said. I just feel sometimes there's a lot of conflicts on the council when people actually get help. Not to me directly, but I did ask for help and he did come across. But I'm going to still vote. Now, the other thing that concerns me is what several people brought up about pilots. I cannot vote for this unless, and it's not Mr. Plasik's responsibility, unless this council puts together, and I'm going to make an amendment proposal tonight, that all of the money, not 57%, all of the money from any future developments, including this one, this is the biggest one, all that pilot payment goes to the schools for the needs of the teachers and Board of Education. Because we have this crisis of finance that I've been pushing for 3 months, that pilot payments go to the schools. And this is one where I feel that this development has to be, as Joan Pransky said, we have this ability to, and it's not, as I said again, David Plasik's responsibility. He's going to pay us the pilot, whatever the amount is. We have to dedicate it to the schools. The other thing is, now we just heard something tonight that concerns me. When I was at my last big national convention of the AFT, which is not NJA or NEA, but AFT, okay, 3,000 of us were cheering the union leader, the black guy from Staten Island or wherever it was in New York, that has been fighting with the most notorious company that is anti-union in this country. Not Starbucks, it's Amazon. Now, I cannot support having any supermarket in this town unless there's, and listen to this, it's got to be a union-friendly agreement. I talked to David about this at one point. Talked to the town attorney. It's a, you know, MC Hotel does not have a union, but they have a union-friendly agreement, meaning if the employees want to form a union, like so many people, you see fighting today, UAW, you've seen with UPS, you've seen it. We have unions for a reason. And if the employees want to have a union at the supermarket in Montclair, we should have a union-friendly agreement. That's what it's called, okay? That's all. It doesn't mean they have to have the union. Doesn't mean we're forcing anything on Mr. Plasik or anybody. But we have to make a statement as a town. So the two amendments I'd like to add to this, if they can be included, or some sort of statement by this council, is that the pilot resources go to the schools from this development, and that we have a union-friendly agreement with any supermarket that comes in. Finally, I've been watching this stuff go on for years. One of our former public officials mocks me because he thinks that I held up the Haynes building. Do you know who got the Haynes building done? The last year of my service as mayor was me, working with Councilman Zeef, who I spoke to today about this. The Haynes building was 15 years vacant. It was a terrible eyesore down on Church and Park. You all know that. So we finally got a good, Sienna's not perfect and there's a lot of problems, but we got a big development. And it was done the last year that I was mayor. And I know what it is to fight to get these things done. I do not want to put this off to the next council. I do not want to see us delay and wait. I want to see this get started. It's not going to get done, but started before I retire, if I retire. So the question here is, how do we get this done the right way with all these different conditions and the concerns that I have? So I haven't even decided how to vote yet today. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Cummings.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor. I have to say one thing. I received 100 messages today disturbing me all day after I came home from the doctor at Mountainside. And what I want to say is that that is not the way to convince me to do something. Signs, all pre-printed, expensive signs, is not the way to convince me to do something. And having a council colleague tell everybody to write to me all day long with a lot of misinformation and cookie cutter and boilerplate messages. Then later in the day, I got a lot of messages from people who are against Lackawanna. So the way you handle me, and I'm a political scientist, very fair, and look at things balanced, and I've always tried to do the right thing for Montclair. I'm not looking at politically how many people are for or against or here tonight. But you can't try to force something on a person, and you can't try to make them feel bad because they're not agreeing with you. And I think that we have a problem here with somebody saying they don't want to be in public office anymore, and they don't like social media, and then using it all to harass.
All right. Moving on, Councilman Yakovels.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I mean, there's no doubt this has been a long, laborious, obviously very tenuous and stressful process. A lot of us have done a lot of work, have been in the weeds on these details, in the paragraphs, affecting the language, affecting the shape, size, scope, all of it. I have listened to quite literally thousands of constituents and their emails and their social media posts and messages and interactions in grocery stores, on the street, and I've really tried to listen to everybody, and I think, and I know I'm happy with where we have landed in terms of reacting to where I feel the vast majority of the town is, which is on wanting something done there that is appropriate for now, but also leans at least a little bit into the future and what the future needs of the town are. I want to acknowledge, I don't think anybody's popping champagne tonight. There's a lot of anxiety in the community. There's a lot of worry. I think it's incumbent on us and the folks involved in the project to make sure that we are putting out facts and information and studies and anything to alleviate the true, genuine anxiety and fear that is out there. Because it doesn't make me happy to know that anybody in this town is suffering because they're worried about the impacts of a project like this. I would encourage everybody who's for or against to just recognize that I really do believe this, everyone is coming from a place of wanting to do what they think is best for Montclair from their perspective. We have 41,000 residents in this town. If anybody went to a Taylor Swift concert or Coldplay or Springsteen and you're sitting in MetLife Stadium and it's sold out for a show, that's 82,000 people. Cut MetLife Stadium down the middle, that's Montclair. So imagine the enormity of the number of people in this town. And it's our job to do the best we can to try and blend all of those life experiences and perspectives and try to create something that fits with old, fits with present, fits with future. And so much of what we have done in this plan is future forward. It is looking at the planet burning around us and saying, we're going to build something here that is net zero emissions. We're going to build something here that captures stormwater. Instead of two huge blacktop parking lots where all the water runs off south, by the way, into the Fourth Ward, we're going to have detention pools that hold water from storms and keep it. It's actually going to have a mitigating effect on stormwater downstream. A living building challenge to have possibly the most environmentally friendly building in New Jersey, one of the top in America, rivaling things that we see in Scandinavia. And that's a point, and should be a point of pride for a place like Montclair that is so eco-conscious and eco-friendly, that we should have the building that architecture students are going to come and study and see, okay, this is how we're going to have to build our society in the future if we're going to survive in an ever-warming climate. I think about the money piece. Everybody cares about taxes. Everybody cares about rent going up. Everybody cares about there not being enough money for the schools. The only way, unless there's some new magic bill from the federal government, which I don't see happening anytime soon, or more funding from the state government, we have to be thinking about ways to create additional revenue streams for Montclair. And this is a huge shot in the arm in terms of revenue long-term for this town. This will save every household real tax dollars. This will ensure we can give more money to the schools. This will ensure we can continue to provide the level of services that you've come to expect, hopefully not having to cut those. We cannot stop growing. We have to grow, but we can control and ensure that we're growing in a smart and intelligent way. The master plan, and I know there's a lot of discussion in terms of the planning board, and I disagree with the planning board. And the reason I disagree with the planning board is because their focus was on two elements of the master plan. They focused on height and density, and I believe you need to look at the master plan holistically. It has a lot of goals. It is all about economic growth. It is all about living, working, playing in town. It's about the future that we expect to see for ourselves, that we hope to see for ourselves. It's so much more than that. And there is no such thing as any kind of giving weight to certain elements over others to make a determination of whether or not something is compliant with the master plan or not. It's a subjective opinion. That's just a fact. I've asked for, and I hope going forward, I think there should be some sort of scoring matrix. We should look at the master plan and say, height is worth this amount of points, density is worth this amount of points, transportation is worth this amount of points, and then you score it. And then we have something to say, okay, there's a scientific conclusion that this is inconsistent with the master plan. I also can't help but notice, with due respect, that the master plan is in the process of being redone. The planning board and the town have said the master plan no longer fits the town. So saying that this is inconsistent with the master plan, it's like, okay, yes, it is. We're also changing the master plan because the master plan is inconsistent with who we are and where we're going as a community. I think it's really important, this is the last thing I'll say, this has never been something versus nothing. This is something versus something. Something gets built there. There's no returning. This is not, as much as I would love to see beautiful parks and tree canopies, it's not going to be that. It's going to be this, or it's going to be something else. And the something else, we have a court order for the Township of Montclair. We have a court order that allows the previous redevelopment plan to be built if this doesn't get built, and that's the developer's right to do that. Or there's as of right in current zoning. There's no scenario where nothing gets built there. We have had an incredible opportunity for years now to work with a Montclair resident and a team of Montclair residents in architectural firms to design something really special. Those of you who drive down Bloomfield Avenue, you go to the Parkway and you look at the things that they have built by the train station, they just put up buildings. They're walls. There's no community there. They threw up buildings as quickly as they could. Even here in Montclair, when we built around Bay Street train station, you got a bunch of, no offense to anybody who lives there, you got a bunch of residential buildings that don't talk to each other. There's no community. It's isolated, gated, separated. We have an 8-acre site in the center of Montclair that we are able to take and shape and create something incredible that represents the values of the community and the town and so much of what we need. So I am, and I don't want to feel guilty about this, I am really proud of this. I'm really proud of the work that we've done. We've done so much hard work. We have really listened. But at the same time, as I said, and as I started, no one's popping champagne. We know that people are scared. We know that people are suffering as a result of this, don't want to see that, and it is incumbent on us to do everything we can to educate and help people feel better about this. I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schlager.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to correct a fact. The master plan is changed every 10 years by statute. So we need to make sure that people understand that because they don't like us. So when we say things like that, let's just be factual.
Master plan should be changed every 10 years, correct. Councilwoman Schlager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for this evening. Thank you. I asked Ms. Chowley recently for a list of all of the meetings and all of the opportunities where people got to speak on behalf of Lackawanna Plaza, the community. I have a list here of 15 times that this plan has been presented. There's been many traffic studies reported here at the council, planning board meetings, HBC meetings, housing commission meetings. The first meeting was November 3rd, 2022, which is just about a year ago, that was hosted by Councilman Cummings at Bullock School, which I attended, and I was very surprised to see Mr. Plasek at that meeting as well. I thought that was really something. At that meeting, which was very unique, I've never seen this before, Mr. Cummings asked everybody there for a question. He wrote down all the questions. The following meeting, which was November 10th, which I believe was in this building, he answered all of the questions. I never saw anybody conduct a meeting like that on the council level. So those were 15 meetings. Most of them were in the evening, which I think were open, where many people were able to come. I've attended countless EDC meetings. The EDC is an Economic Development Committee made up of myself, Councilman Iacobellis, and the mayor. We had so many meetings. We went through 3 managers during those meetings that attended the meetings, including Mr. Lapolla has been at the last 2. I have to thank Ms. Talley, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Hughes for attending all of those meetings as well. They went on and on and on into most of our dinner times. I also would like to say that as I am the only council person up here this evening who sat through almost 2 years of presentations and hearings studying the previous Lackawanna Plaza plan from another developer, which in my view was a conglomerate of developers. They even changed during the meetings from one month to another month. Other people became part of this conglomerate. And the one big difference between this plan and that plan is that this developer, who I have no relationship with, I don't text you, but this gentleman is a part of our community. His family lives here. His children go to our schools. I've heard him speak of his 3 children that are in our school district. That really goes a long way for me. I would like to believe that collectively, this council, the planning board, the Historic Preservation Committee, engineers, countless parking consultants, the list goes on. We learned a lot from the previous plan, pros and cons, and held this project to very high standards. In all the emails that I've received these past months, and many today, which I welcomed, I read them all. And many shared the same sentiments, pros and cons. But there was one in particular from a woman who described herself as a senior, who said that she lived in the surrounding Lackawanna Plaza area for many years. She said she feels unsafe when walking past that area at night. It's desolate, dark, scary, and a blight to her neighborhood. She feels her neighborhood deserves better. It's been almost 9 years. This project comes with a lot of good. There's a long list, many of Councilwoman Price Abrams just told us all about, but to me, jobs and affordable housing are the standouts. So although this Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan may not be perfect in any way, it's the closest that I think that our town is going to get. And with many more meetings and reviews to come, possibly taking over a year, if not longer, I think it can only get better. And I'm going to support this evening.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to be short because we held you all to 2 minutes, and that's only fair up here as well. So I am not going to go on and on. I actually would like to say a couple things, though. First of all, David, with all due respect, you and I get along great. We work well together. But for you telling me who the supermarket was, when you said we all up here know it, I sure in hell didn't know it. Just so we're all on the same page with that. I have a question for you real quick, Mr. Township Attorney. When we say that it is inconsistent with the master plan, okay, the council can just disregard the planning board and vote however they want? You know me, I'm a lot about procedure, and I'm still trying to understand some of this stuff.
Correct, Deputy Mayor.
Is your microphone on or
yes,
pull close? I can't hear you.
Mayor,
Thank
it
you.
is, yes. The council has right by statute to disregard the opinions by the planning board and make a decision that they would otherwise would want to do.
And there's no recourse or tenant liability for doing so?
No.
Okay. And then the other thing, real quick, too, we've been dealing with this issue for many years, Robin, when we were in the last council, for sure, the 2 terms there. The 4 of us that have been lucky enough to return. So this has been around for a while, and we have kicked this around. I'm not going to plow the same ground that I already spoke about in other meetings. I think I'm still under 2, and I'll yield the balance of my time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. 1 minute, 17 seconds to be exact, so good job on that one, yeah. No, thank you. Thank you, and appreciate all my council members, colleagues on this. Certainly, I think, hearing from residents tonight, and quite frankly, hearing from residents over a long period of time, for me, I just want to focus and really share that I do like to sit up here and listen to what everybody has to say and take time and be deliberative. I think for many in this room who've come up before, there are things we may agree on, whether we're talking rent control or some of the other things we've passed or that I may have been the biggest advocate for, and there are things we disagree on, right? That's the nature of it. I do think it's important. I think I've heard a couple of my colleagues allude to this, and maybe some lean into this a little bit, though. I think it's important that for me, every time I hear someone speak to this issue or any other issue, It's not discounting that there are opposing views, and that doesn't make the person presenting them bad, it doesn't make them good, it doesn't make them nefarious, it doesn't make anything. To me, it literally is about we're allowed to have differences of opinion, right? And we are supposed to share them. We're supposed to debate them. We're supposed to discuss them. I think when we go down that route of saying, the other view is a bad one or mine's a good one, I don't know. I don't think it's healthy. So for me, as I listen to the debate around this, I think the councilwoman noted the number of meetings that we've had. I think the councilman noted how many people he's engaged through newsletter and otherwise to talk about the issue. We've spoken about the pros, cons of the issue. We've heard the concerns of the issues, right? So I think that is all a healthy thing. I think it's important for us to remember how we do that and do it in a healthy manner itself, and not vilify. But I do like to sit here and listen, and that's why I think for many people, on some issues you may agree with and support my views on it, and some you may disagree with my vote and where I come down on. But I do think that's healthy. And for me personally, I've watched this project, and maybe it becomes personal when, to the councilwoman's point, sitting on the planning board for years. I sat as a councilman and watched for years, right, as a previous redevelopment plan worked through the planning board, right, and worked through that process. And I have to say that a couple things stand out for me in that. Many of the items that were given as feedback from that work were incorporated into this plan, right? That is what we're looking at. 2 years worth of feedback that I listened to, right? I remember we took a moment in previous council to literally put a resolution forward saying, go a little faster, 2 years is too long, right? We said that. But it took that time period. We received a lot of feedback there, and they were incorporated into this plan. But I also know that as part of that work, the developer said, no, I'm done with it. This is way too long. I'm going to build as of right, or I'm going to, fight my lawsuit, and eventually successfully won that, as was also noted, and that's standing out there as well. But I think all of that speaks to the fact that for years we have been looking at a piece of property. For years we've been looking at a project. Myself, who also was a block away from Pathmark when it was there, and who loved the hours because I could get back, after coming home late from work and stop in. We've been missing a supermarket for almost a decade. We've been missing a vibrant section of our town for almost a decade. I appreciate theoretical discussions around it, and we should keep pushing and pulling. But at some point, we do have to look at what is doable. What can we accomplish? And when we've engaged in that process, whether it's EDC, full council, all the conversations and work that we do, I think it's important to note that at least for me, my perspective is seeing many development projects, and I will say the one that we had a hand in, I've had a hand in, and including all the time I've set up here, is one. It's Seymour Street. Right? That's the one. All the other ones were before us. These things take a long time. That turned out great, right? That is a phenomenal project. I'm very proud of that. And I know that many of the same individuals who put in countless hours, and thank you to you all again, on that project are the same ones we got involved in this project, because we like the quality of work, the attention to detail that we saw in that. And I think that's important here. But as we look at what this can be and what the potential of the site has, yes, there are fears, there are worries, you're always a little concerned. That's the case. But I know we've talked about these for years. We've had things incorporated over years. We've had discussions around this over a year. We've engaged in that work, and it has led to conversations with potential developers to say, hey, listen, we appreciate your views and insights just as we do any member of the public, but no, too bad. We do need lower heights, or too bad. We do need an improvement here around an environmental impact, or too bad, and some of those things weren't done with, yeah, I'm happy to do that. I don't think I can. Well, we think you can, and it's that back and forth. By the way, where's that sweet spot? We all know it's you're not 100% sure, right? You go into it when you do negotiate, and you say, I think we can push here. Can we push a little more? Is this too far? Can we get something else that they're not giving you? That's the nature of it, right? And I think having worked through a redevelopment piece before in terms of Seymour, I think that iterative process occurred here, and I'm happy to see the countless changes that have occurred. I just look at it every time I'm at one of those meetings or on one of those Zooms or hosted one of those, I see the feedback, and then the first thing we usually start with is, tell us which changes have been incorporated since the previous meeting. Tell us which changes have been incorporated. And there's a list of them, right? And this thing has changed over time. So when I look at all of that, I just want to say, it's never just, I would love, just affordable housing, phenomenal supermarket, tons of green space, and an open lot. That's great. I would love that, right? But I also know that we as a community could not just pay for that, right? We would want to make sure that there is a balance between, there always is a desire of any developer to build a product, build a property that is profitable, but also how do we extract as much as we can as a community from that work. Doesn't mean, again, they're bad, we're good, or we're good, they're bad. It means that's the nature of it. That's the push and pull, and we've got to try and do our best to get as much as we can and get a really, really good project. And I think this is one to me that when I see developments, usually they start here and we're here and we push to get to wherever. This one for me, based on 2 years of previous feedback from the planning board and those pieces being incorporated, started way further over here. And we got to do that push and pull at a much better space and start from a much better spot. So does that mean there aren't still things that we want to still see, fleshed out and work through when the financial piece comes forward and the financial agreement's done and when there are reviews by the planning board and site plans and all the things that have to happen, right? That's all part of the process, as the councilman noted, serving many years on the planning board, that still have to occur. I'm confident that we're still going to see changes to this. We're still going to see improvements. We're still going to see that push and pull. But at the end of the day, quite simply, looking at a piece of property that has been sitting there for a decade, almost a decade, not bringing really anything to the township. Constant conversation about, I'd love to see. Well, that doesn't work, so nothing's still there, right? Going through this, we've got to balance that and make tough decisions up here. That is the job, right? And I know that everyone up here, I think whether you've heard it from people disagreeing and people agreeing, has put in significant time on this project to make sure that we are as informed as we can be. And you have as well. I know that from the astute comments that people have come up and made. I think it's important that we as a community are dug in deep, and we are. I do think we should make sure that we're not, again, vilifying the person who's just as dug on the other side of us. That's not a bad thing, right? I applaud it. Thank you. With all that, I just go back and say, I think this project has found a lot of the balance that we've been seeking. I think it has met a lot of the pieces that have been put forward as challenges and requirements and asks of us as a community. And I also think that we're at a space where we are hopefully going to see redevelopment in an area that can be and will be, I am confident, a hub like Seymour Street and others of our town, and be a vibrant place that people are really excited about and proud of. So with that, I will also be supportive in voting yes as we move forward tonight. Thank you.
9 minutes and 46 seconds, Mr. Mayor.
I never promised 2 minutes. Mr. Deputy Mayor, as we have to sit here for many hours, I feel 9 minutes I can, I'll go with that. But thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
I have to abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing and vote on this Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan. I appreciate it, and thank you everyone for your time on that. We will move next to public comment, but before that, we are going to take a short restroom break for everyone who's up here, and everyone else. So we'll pause on that one, and we'll take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you.
They want some chocolate with it.
Stand up.
Okay, with that, we are back on, and I will now open it up to public comment. Anyone who wishes to address the council on any issue is free to do so. Again, given the length that we had before, we were going with 2 minutes for the comments, and then hopefully, as we still have our business later, it won't be too late an hour. So with that, though, I will now open it up to public comment. And anyone else, again, I'll just say it one more time, any of the conversations going on, if you could just step out in the hallway, you're free to have them, but please just have them out there. You guys all know you're just sitting in here. The acoustics in here can be a little bit difficult, so we thank you for that.
Mayor,
All right. Did you want to say something?
Just real quick, I know there's a bunch of folks here regarding Bike Bus and Vision Zero Task Force. So just even before you comment, Mr. Lapolla, if you want to give an update on the conversation today and where we are in terms of launching the task force, funding, and all of that.
If you could make sure your microphone's on and close, because I cannot hear you. Thank you.
I'll figure it out someday. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
I had a meeting today with Jason Gleason from the BID, and because they're coming up with part of the funding as we are, and we agreed that we were going to run the funding through the BID, at least for the first 6 months. And my understanding was he was reaching out to the consultant, and they were setting up the first meeting. So we are there. It's just simpler for us to run this through them rather than just the time it takes here to get, an agreement in place.
Okay.
Pardon me, because I missed a little bit of what you said. So you're running it through the, so that the consulting can get started sooner, that's
Yes,
the point. And
yes.
when would that start? Do we have a sense?
Right away.
Like,
Excellent.
excellent.
I
Thank
had a
you.
meeting with Jason this morning.
Jason, can you
and he
shut that
agreed.
door a little bit? I'm hearing the noise out
Yes.
there. Do you mind? Thank you.
Yeah, he's still here, so he can.
It's
address
public
it.
comment, but first there was a comment to do with.
I'm
the
so
Vision
sorry to
Zero Task
interrupt.
Force.
I know a bunch of you are here to hear that, so I wanted you to have the facts before you came.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing more public comments. We appreciate it. It's been a long night for everyone, I know. So I am here to talk about safety. In addition to being in Dyslexia Awareness Month, it's also National Pedestrian Awareness Safety Month. As you all know,
If you could just start by
every
naming.
day,
Yeah, sorry.
As
She
you
was
know,
beating
an
me to it.
experience.
Can you name?
My apologies. Elizabeth Cacaro. I live on 6 Nassau in Upper Montclair, Ward 1. Mr. Herlock and Mr. Yacobelis may remember my name. I've been in touch about problems we've had at Mount Hebron and Valley Road, a site of many accidents and a little bit of a problematic area among many in town. And as soon as I started to advocate for my local intersection, I did a little bit more research and realized that it's sort of a town-wide problem. We have, as you all know and hear about, last week, for instance, we had two buses, school buses involved in collisions, and a flipped car. Just received a text message from my husband, and there was an accident, a head-on collision at Mount Hebron and North Mountain. Unfortunately, let's hope everyone's okay. Every day, I am being told stories about being passed on the left, on the right, near misses, actual hits, and I'm going to speak for myself, but I know I am among a majority of residents who are sick and tired and worried about our kids, about our elderly neighbors, about each other. And I know that I'm so excited and grateful to those of you who've been involved in moving forward and approving, hopefully, I believe, the Vision Zero Task Force. It is just so important that we begin to coordinate and take real action to make changes to the town and get that federal money. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, real quick. Thank you for your comments. And we've been working very hard on this as well. And believe me, it's a source of frustration for me, too. Particularly when I'm told we haven't had enough accidents to do something, which is what I hear a lot from the Traffic Bureau at the Montclair Police Department. But after the incidents that you just referenced, I had reached out to Deputy Township Manager Brian Scantlebury, who reached out to Lieutenant Ignatius. See, I have to be careful because I can't go to people directly other than 2 or 3. And they are working on issues, particularly when you had mentioned the bus accident that happened last week, as well as, the 2 bus accidents, as well as some of the other things. So there is a group getting together, and also the township engineer has been included as well. So I do want you to know we take it very seriously, and we are trying to do things as best we can within the parameters we work with. That's not an excuse. I think it's still ghoulish is the word I think I used last time, that we have to have too many accidents before we can do something. So I do appreciate you coming, and I know I've received emails from you in the past, and please know we are taking it seriously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Okay. Andrew O'Toole, thank you, Council and Mayor, for opening up the public session again for public comment, not just on the project that was recently decided on. I wanted to talk about Union Street and the construction from Gates to Prospect Terrace, which started last December 7th, replacing the concrete curb with the granite block. Still going on, actually has been stopped. From what I understand, the contractor's contract ended December 31st, 2022. No one's come out to finish the job. I'd like to know, and I've talked to Lapolla's office as the administrator, called them on Friday, and I was told by Scantlebury that he and the head of the department for, I guess, Public Works would be in contact with me on Tuesday. Got a phone call from Scantlebury, didn't leave a message, I didn't answer it in time, called back. The administrative assistant there took my call when I called in, said, what's going on? Are they meeting me? Took the day off from work, nothing. So Lori and I walked it back in July. I said, according to the director of DPW, these granite blocks aren't even installed properly. He said they're not supposed to be at 90 degrees. They're supposed to be a 2-degree, what's called batter on them, so that when you pull up next to them, your wheels don't get knocked due to the granite block irregularities. So that is incorrect. Also, on the corner of South Willow and Union, on the west side, the ADA access doesn't seem to be right, and also it's incomplete. If you go to the corner of South Mountain and Bloomfield, across from the museum, where they had to cut down, they'd put in a curb along the sidewalk so you don't have this steep change in grade where the lawn is and degrading the hillside of the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I'm going to
Please, Councilwoman.
augment. Thank you, Mr. O'Toole, for coming in and raising this. So at the time we met, shortly thereafter, I wrote the whole thing up. Mr. Lapolla, you weren't sitting in that seat at the time, but I forwarded it along. I don't know that there was a lot of follow-up. We had further conversation, and I did just sort of more recently send it around again. I will find that and bring it to your attention, if I may, and then you could please just see. Again, it seems like, as Andrew has done his own sleuth work, it seems that the contractor...
I'm a landscape architect.
What's that?
I'm a licensed landscape architect in New Jersey and New York. So I know all about grading, I know about ADA compliance,
Well,
I know all of that stuff. So that's why I was
appreciate
like, this is not right, let's get it correct. I don't know if Cefelli's probably been paid already since contract ended last year. So it's like, who's going to fix it at least?
But I'm just trying to help us get through it, so we can
Right.
listen to all the folks. But I'm just saying, we've heard you and I've heard you, and I'm going to then do some more follow-up with you, Mr. Lapolla, just to make sure you see what I had written up. It was the detailed thing, I took notes that day, and I had sent it along. It just kind of got lost, and I'm going to ask that you kind of pull it out and see if we can, there's several different issues. They may take different people to resolve, but I appreciate that you would follow it up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. LaPaul, I'll just say you may want to connect even with Mr. Scantlebury, as he's already been working on this apparently. And I'll note, oftentimes, and especially that street specifically, we've done portions of it with grants that we've received. And because we've gotten grant money, we've done it bit by bit. And of course, I know we do the curbing work, before we line up for paving. And that's often done in advance, quite frankly, a year in advance. But if you can incorporate all those, I know Janice has some insights into the grants that we've received specifically for that street and the sectionality work that we've done. And certainly, Mr. Scantlebury, if he's been working on this, can kind of piece everything else together. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Can you hear me? My name is Amy Veach, and I live on 535 Upper Mountain Avenue. I spoke with you 2 weeks ago, my first time coming before the council, and I have to say, in that 2 weeks, 2 days afterwards, Friday afternoon, 5 o'clock, I heard the loud crunch of another collision on my corner. I came out and I saw that the car had been thrown over the curb onto my neighbor's retaining wall yet again at a side, at an angle. And just now, as I've been listening to the discussion and waiting for the opportunity to speak with you, my husband sent me another message with a photo of another car collision tonight with 2 cars, literally their front ends are crushed. They're on the sidewalk and on the retaining wall again of my neighbor's house. And Councilor Hurlock or Deputy Mayor, how many accidents have to happen before something can be done? I ask that really earnestly because I feel like I think I had this whole I'm sorry. I feel very strongly because that corner, it's a busy corner. Like, that intersection is the nexus of our neighborhood. We have Bradford Elementary, we have Mountainside Park, we have the tennis courts, the swimming pool, the playgrounds. We have 2 train stations that we're right in the middle. And commuters, families, all of us, we use that intersection. That's like our way to get to work, to school, to play. And there's always a pedestrian there. And I think what really just terrifies me is that corner in particular. I had just seen a cluster of families walking home from school. And I just think, man, that split second, that car, any of those cars would kill all of them. The fatality is imminent if we don't do something.
Thank you. That's your time. And
hang on one second. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm going to, you're absolutely right. And again, it's ghoulish the way that this is done. It's not done by us, by the way. It's done by the State Transportation Board. It's followed by the Montclair Police Department and the engineers. But here's what I'm going to do, because this is ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm going to, if I could get Mr. Lapolla's attention for just a minute, I'm sorry. I need you to please look into this intersection, and I would like to know by close of business tomorrow what steps are going to be taken. We can't wait anymore. I mean, you're absolutely correct.
2 weeks. Two
Well,
accidents.
Believe me, it's been even longer than that, because I've been dealing with
Oh, I
this
know.
for years.
I
And
know.
again, I agree with you. It's ghoulish to say there hasn't been enough accidents for us to
But
do something.
how many does there have to be?
Well,
Can you give me
listen,
the
I'm with
number?
you. It's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Lapolla, if you could get back to me by tomorrow, I will give you my card, and I will
Please.
get back to you
Okay.
as soon as I hear.
Great.
Come on up, and I'll give this to you. And I'm sorry that we have to keep going through this ridiculous exercise. I couldn't agree with you more.
why Bike Plus is part of Vision Zero.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Good evening, second time. My name is Bonnie Fogel. I live right down the street on Forest Street. This morning, while I was waiting for my incredibly precious grandson to finish up nursery school, I opened up my phone and I read a post by a council member. You know, I was kind of reeling for a couple of hours because I couldn't believe this language. And there was a reference to those who have objections to the Lackawanna plan as some truly unsavory characters with hidden agendas and nefarious intentions. Wow. So I've always been like a big dictionary person. I still have a couple of tremendous ones, but I looked up on my phone because I said nefarious. So, morally wrong and evil. Evil, villainous, abhorrent, obscene, unconscionable, corrupt, criminal, demonic. So I get called names, or I get a threat of being sued if I come here and I speak my mind. But I did feel better, because what I did then is I started looking at different terms that were coming up for me. And I found that the term used in psychology, known as projection, is a defense mechanism. in which the ego defends itself against disowned and highly negative parts of the self. My mother, may she rest in peace, used to always say, just take it from where it comes.
Next. Thank you.
Hello, Council. I know it's been a long night. It's nice to see you all. My name is, well, I have some friends. my name is Jessica Tillier. My address is 3 Harvard Street. My children attend Nishwain and Union Kong Preschool. I am standing here with non-biking citizens and members of the Montclair Bike Bus. We are a talented group of individuals ready to get to work for this town. We really have hope and optimism. There are 2 things that we want to work together on immediately. Moving forward to approve the roughly $600,000 of federal grants we can receive that we haven't received to date while other Essex County towns have for safe routes to school. We are behind in this, very, very behind. And also doing whatever is needed, and thank you so much for providing an update to get the Vision Zero Task Force up and running ASAP. Now, some of the things that we've been talking about tonight, those can be solved with the Vision Zero Task Force. It's been proven in town after town after town, just like ours. Last time I was here, I appealed to you as a mother who wants safety and equity on the streets, not just for my kids, but for all families in Montclair. I've almost been hit while crossing the street several times, which made me feel like it was safer to bike or walk to school with other families. Therefore, the Montclair Bike Bus. Today, I'm here to appeal to you as an executive leader and a board member who really wants to work with you to make some positive change when it comes to safety. I know the incredible challenges you have to balance, and I am here to help, along with all of the people that support us with the Montclair Bike Bus. All of us, hundreds of us that are in a WhatsApp group, also saw those photos that were posted immediately on Mount Hebron. We want to change this, and we promise to. Now promise us that you will award us the federal grants and Vision Zero Task Force ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, Drury Thorpe, Mackapin Avenue. I'm following up on what Jess was saying. You know, our town is falling behind other local towns with federally mandated safe routes to school guidelines. Our plans are truly outdated. While other Essex County towns collected over $3 million in federal grants to support safe routes to schools last year, Montclair collected 0. And unless you move forward now, it'll be 0 again. We had a very productive planning session with town staff and Montclair's grant writing consultant. We presented a plan to them. They then presented the plan to the New Jersey DOT. Yet Montclair's Economic Development Committee declined to move forward with the grant, saying that we're not ready for it yet. Instead of flat out stopping the process, if there were things that you didn't like, modify it. This is turning down good non-taxpayer dollars that we can easily put to use to keep our citizens safe. This matters because we're facing an increasing number of car crashes and incidents. In just the last 2 weeks, you've heard about them. And I was just, receiving these texts tonight while we're sitting here about yet another crash, that these are lives we're talking about. And I don't believe that we need to be reactive. I believe that we can be proactive in this. The Vision Zero Task Force is all about being proactive. You've assembled a fantastic team of talented individuals. I see it. I feel it every time we have our Wednesday night meetings, every Wednesday night. This is a stellar group. Approve the funding for Vision Zero Task Force. Let us put our minds together on federal grants and other projects that make it safer for people who drive, bike, walk, and even roll in wheelchairs. We'll follow up with each of you individually. Thank you for your time.
And just to be clear, we have approved the money, right? There's no
You've
approval of the money.
Your
So
portion of it too, so there's the 10 from the bid and then how much from you?
Right.
11.
Yeah.
11 from you, and it's been approved, it's gonna be worth.
Yeah, and you
So
heard the
then-
manager
so-
just speak to it.
Okay, so this is perfect. So Now, boots on the ground, we are ready to get.
So I want to be crystal clear where we are. So we're managing expectations. The meeting just took place today in terms of the agreement between the bid and the township. The bid is going to pay the first $10,000 out to the consultant so that Laura can get going with the task force that we've assembled. Jessica, I think you're on that task force. We still have to allocate our $11,000. We said we actually allocated $15,000 in the budget this year to go towards Vision Zero, but 11 of that is needed for the first 6 months of work. So we still do, as a body, have to allocate that. So you have to hold us accountable to make sure that we do that by resolution or some other way, make sure we actually spend that money and get this going. The other thing, and I think I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but there's a lot of people watching the meeting, and I just want to put this out there. I have felt, and I know a lot of my colleagues share the sentiment, that we have to put a strategy in front of all of this. I stopped counting after 100. People have written me over the last few years stating they believe their intersection or their street was the most dangerous. Literally those words, the most dangerous in Montclair. I used to write every single one down on a piece of paper, then the piece of paper became a spreadsheet. Then it just got to be where it was over 100, and I said, well, we have an existential issue here. This is not, there's a crisis of distracted driving. The roads haven't changed in Montclair, all right? They're pretty much the same. Cars have gotten more tech advanced, maybe more quiet, but we have a distracted driving epidemic. We also have a distracted walking epidemic. We have a epidemic of people just generally being in a rush and frankly crankier over the last few years. This is a problem that's plaguing not just Montclair, but lots of other places. The good news is there is money, to your point, flowing from the federal government. Not a dime for public schools in the pandemic, that's a whole nother issue, but tons and tons of money for safe streets, safe and complete streets. So this is really in the task force hands. And one of the reasons why I was not in favor of the Park Street project was because of the 100 people who have written me and I've written back to. I can't say, without putting the strategy and the task force in front of this work, why I would choose one street over another. I need a task force of brilliant minds to distill all of this into a strategy for first going after the highest crash corridors in Montclair, and then from there figuring out the rest. Because as you know, Vision Zero literally means eliminating crashes in Montclair in a 5-year period. So I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, which is putting the task force together, funding the task force, putting the strategy in front of the solutions. Otherwise, we're going to just keep doing what we're doing, which is put a stop sign here, speed bump here, speed trap here. That's the first point. And then internally facing, one of the things, Mr. Manager, that I'd like to ask you, I've asked the previous managers, I would just like to see a shift. We're so efficient with parking tickets in this town, man. We are just so good at it. The cars are going with the sensors, scanning license plate. We're giving parking tickets out like candy. And I would just like to see a fundamental shift towards speeding and reckless driving. We've done a lot of work around, we've done a ton of work around school buses and people running around stop school bus signs. But if we could just switch or shift the mindset in Montclair where it's enforcement around, gosh, if we treated speeding and reckless driving like we treat leaf blowers and like we treat, parking tickets, it could be a lot different. So speed traps, there used to be, and people have told me this, police officers have told me this, it used to be the custom that we would catch somebody speeding, and if they were a Montclair resident, we would just let them go. Like, no more of that. We just there have to be consequences for breaking the laws and driving recklessly in town. Anyway, thank you.
I'll just add, one of the areas we could use help is capacity, right? So when you talk about helping with the grant writing specifically, I think that's a huge space for the task force and any others who would help with that. Our grant writers are completely restricted in terms of our budget allotment for them to do work. We already have grants that they're identified to hunt down, and they give us a cost proposal.
So why have them meet with us then? We already met with them. Like, why authorize them to meet with us?
We have them meeting with tons of different groups, like ambulance squad, for example, entities that we are affiliated with loosely or other pieces, to share like what grants that they see coming across their desks, if you will, in the work that they do. We have them kind of saying, hey, we've looked at a grant that we don't have capacity to look at, but share that out with this department or that department. That happens both internally with our staff and also with external partners, because some of it they won't do, but the department itself will do, right? Some in-staff person will do that. So again, they're limited in that regard, but the more we can have people kind of helping with the grant process, that's where it will extend their ability to do reach.
Just for clarity, and I'll say, we have people that are hands raised to go over grants. Like, we have the most willing citizens that want to make change. We have organized them. Now, this grant in particular, we spent hours, and we had everything done, and it went before your committee, and it got turned down because we didn't have the Vision Zero task force in place. That goes against lots of other Essex County towns who have collected $3 million
We're
from
in
the
agreement
federal
with you, as
government.
you're hearing. That's why we're trying to get that task force going.
But
right?
you have missed the deadline. You have missed the deadline yet again for another more than $500,000 of federal grants. And you know who knows that? All of the citizens that stands with us. And they know we've been educating them. We've been providing them all of the information in an organized, optimistic way. So please, just look at this one grant again, because we are so close. And the deadline is November 7th. November 17th? 17th. We have a few more days left. Please, please, just look at this federal grant again and have these two things go side by side, because we can do them both together.
Thank you.
I just want to make a motion that if Peter says 11,000 has to be approved by us, why don't we just make a motion now and approve it, then the manager takes it upon himself to get the money. I mean, just put that money with the other 10, but let's do it, because when we talk about we have to do a resolution, when? So let's just do it now. I make a motion to give the 11,000 to the Vision Zero task force from whatever budget source you have.
So Mr. Manager,
The money is there.
I'll leave it.
It's just about awarding the contract.
I'll leave it to you because, exactly. I'll just note that we've already budgeted for the item. That's not the issue, but as you know, when we, and I'm sure the CFO will want to put her signature on that as is required by law. And then, of course, as we look at it and you're making sure you're allocating with whatever bid process or else any other pieces that we have to comply with under the law.
Whatever it takes.
Yep. Thank you.
Nobody
Well,
seconded it.
it's not that,
Where we're at.
the money's already allocated, so that there's nothing to do from that perspective. It's about actually now assigning the money to an outside vendor.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. Some of the things that were just said really blew my mind. I'm really confused as to why we don't have enough staff to take care of grant writing. I mean, I feel like that would be like something that would be really important for a town like ours that has such an enormous amount of money that residents pay in property taxes, and having staff who could take care of something like that would really alleviate a lot of the pressure on the residents in paying property taxes. So that just really blew my mind. I mean, we're spending all this money on the fire department that is, really debatable whether that money really needs to be spent or not, but something like grant writers to get us millions of dollars sounds like a really good investment. I was really excited to hear, Peter, to hear you say that you thought that Lackawanna Plaza would bring more money to the schools. I'm really glad to hear that you're thinking in that direction, whether that means that you're in favor of pilots going to school or not. I also was really excited to hear Councilman Russo propose an amendment that, the entire pilot, if there is one, for Lackawanna would go to the school system. And, I think it's been, I think one of the points that Councilman Iacobellis brought up in his op-ed about pilots was that he was concerned about opening up the pilot contracts. But if you put a new pilot contract entirely to the schools, you avoid all that. And it would maybe get us the $3 million that we're looking for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I live in Montclair, work in Montclair, send my kids to school in Montclair. I have to say I'm very pleased that Lackawanna Plaza first stage was passed tonight, because for far too long it has sucked every bit of oxygen out of the room. Instead of protecting democracy, you guys as a body have had way too much nurturing of toxic, horrible behavior in this town. Thank you, Peter, for your attempt, despite all the attacks against you, for trying to bring some humanity back into the room. Thank you, Mr. Herlock, for limiting your comments. I really hope your colleagues can learn to do so going forward. All of you need to think about that. Pilots. The schools deserve their fair share. Grant writer. You guys choose what the grant writer spends their time doing. You have chosen to focus on other things. From what I have noticed in agendas, mostly in the public safety sector, and mostly that comes through with very long, tight strings attached. You need to look at your priorities. And as far as all of the car crashes, you guys and Mr. Lapolla, you need to have a serious sit down with the police chief. There needs to be a radical increase in enforcement. This is unacceptable, the lack of safety for children, for walkers, for drivers, for bike riders in this town. It needs to stop, and I don't think we need to wait for a grant. It needs to stop today. Please call the police chief tomorrow morning.
Hi, my name's Alan Cohn, 16 Notting Hill Way. I originally came here this evening to talk about something that was dropped from the agenda, but the issue is the change in the use of the 37 Orange Road project from a residential leasing project to a short-term leasing. When this project was originally approved under redevelopment plan, there were 5 units that were set aside for affordable housing, which is approximately 10% of the units. There's a new change to that use, which will have some deleterious effect on the town, because we're taking units that would normally compete against other residential units. We're taking that out of the market, and you're turning it over to short-term rentals, where the developer is going to make a whole lot more money on a short-term rental without providing any more affordable housing. I absolutely think it was chutzpah for that developer not to offer more affordable units. And I would certainly hope that we not fall into an approval of that without increasing the affordability of the units to what it would be if this was a new project. I would also recommend that what the fees collected, the taxes collected on this project, at least a portion of those go to increase our housing trust fund. Our housing trust fund certainly needs more money, and using those fees to supplement the housing trust fund would be highly beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Before you walk away, may I come in?
Councilwoman Price Savers.
So, yes, this has been, as you know, punted a couple times. So
Yeah.
There's been some time for different discussions, and I hadn't been prepared about it a couple meetings ago when it was on the agenda. So I definitely am in favor of taking some part or a lot of the tax dollars and saying we should put it toward, and I know there's a couple of different housing funds, and I'll be looking to educate myself better on, those options. Councilor Cummings and I had a brief discussion before as well. But I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that before it was switched to a short-term rental use, that's the
Well,
conversation?
they're asking now to permit
Right,
the
but
use to be short.
were there more affordable units that would have attributed, it's 4, and I know you're all saying that's 10%.
It was 4, but they're essentially creating a new property. And if they were creating that new property today, they would be required to have 20% affordability. If you're going to change the use, you should treat it like it's a new property and require it to provide the same thing that any new property of that size would require.
Is it subject to a redevelopment plan? That's the
It is.
The reason that's not subject to the regular rules, it's the redevelopment
Right,
opportunity.
it's subject
that's
to
why.
redevelopment plan, but they're asking for a change of use, which was not in the redevelopment plan, and there should be strings attached to it.
Thank you.
So Alan and Mr. Scott, because I think you'll speak to this as well, and anybody listening or watching, my position on this is, look what we just went through for a redevelopment plan.
Right.
I do not want the public for a second to think that these things are cavalier, that you can just open up a redevelopment plan and change something easily. So my position on this is to not move forward at this time. I think that changing what the redevelopment plan called for, the use case of an entire building, is a serious matter that takes a lot of deliberation and time. I also feel I'm concerned about taking units out of the inventory pipeline because it puts downward pressure on prices when you have more supply.
That's certainly something that the Housing Commission is looking into on a long-term basis.
Correct.
As to what our policy should be on short-term rentals, including people renting their home on short-term basis. Because of its proximity to the hotel and its integration with the hotel, we didn't necessarily think it would be a bad idea, if you're going to have short-term rentals, that property have short-term rentals, but
It wasn't put in the plan.
but it wasn't put in the plan,
Right.
and we have leverage. Let's use it.
Yeah, agreed. I won't support it unless it has an increase in affordable housing or some other give back to the community.
Thank you.
Good evening again, William Scott, Chair of the Montclair NAACP Housing Committee. And I sent, matter of fact, the NAACP sent a document supporting the Montclair Housing Commission's position for 37 Orange Road. And, it was really a concern that in the midst of a development, the change of permitted use was put on the table to allow residential units to be turned into a hotel. That's the first step. It was the permitted use, change the building into a hotel, and then you change the permitted use for the types of units in the property as short-term rentals. So there were two major changes to that property, with no consideration to the fact that the amount of money that the developer is going to make on short-term rental, he could double his, if not at least double his annual return on his investment, and to offer the township $90,000 for a property that, and that's another thing we probably need to get an understanding of impacts and studies and real estate values of properties before we give things away at that point. That property is extremely valuable. So a minimum of 8 affordable units should be allocated to that property because, as I indicated in the document that I sent you, over the last 15 to 20 years, the number of missed opportunities of affordable housing and only doing 10% over that 10 to 15 year period of time, there's a history lesson there. And we want to make sure that every single opportunity that we have to create additional affordable housing, we absolutely make sure we take that approach. And just like Mr. Cohen said, you guys have leverage. You have leverage to make sure that a developer can give the maximum amount of affordable housing because they're making a ton of money in the township of Montclair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question about this. So this is the property that we voted last time and it passed to move here. And so now you're saying that you don't think we should move on this?
Not without some concessions. The analysis says that the collective of owners for the property is set to gain somewhere in the realm of $3 million additional a year in revenue.
Right.
So I think there needs to be givebacks to the town in some way, whether it's more affordable housing, it's contributions to the fountain, it's contributions to, park, whatever it is, housing, trust fund, something.
So the one thing I would ask is similar to Lackawanna Plaza, is that let's get our assessors to assess the value of this property so that we can have a legitimate number, because I think this is, the number we got here was given to us by the developer. This didn't come before me, so I'm just saying, it had to go somewhere where these numbers are given to us.
It was in the EDC meeting. I don't remember if it came from Janice. I think it came through Janice, I'm assuming through,
Right, but
through the developer.
it came from the developer.
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is we definitely can get a lot from this, because this is the one basically we're talking about putting people in short-term rentals, and there was 4 affordable housing units in it, so we're only giving 10% of 40. And now we're talking about we want to revisit this so easily we should be at 8 at minimum. And I think there's some other things that we should think about this as well. So I'd love to hear what he comes back to the EDC with in terms of the give back, or what the EDC asks of Mr. Stolar before anything is agreed upon.
And remember, you're dealing with a billion-dollar
Mr.
industry.
Scott, thank you.
The Marriott Hotel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scott. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Gibson from Friends of Montclair, Friends of Clary Anderson, and my address is 122 Midland Avenue. And I'm just very impressed by the enthusiasm that everybody here earlier had about building an ice rink at Lackawanna train station. I think it's a really great idea, but rather than build a new rink at Lackawanna, why don't we leverage what we already have? And I know you guys have money set aside to hire the consultant to start that process. We're ready to start the 501c for nonprofit corporation and raise all the money that you guys will need to make a fantastic rink there. But we need you guys to step up and make that final decision. We're ready to go yesterday. We just need you guys to do the go-ahead.
Well, you guys should start going ahead. As was said at the last meeting, Mr. Lapolla said it, we've another one of those ones, we've got the funds, and that work will go ahead. So I'd say start to have the conversations.
And are you going to hire the consultant? Everything is...
Yeah, Mr. Lapolla's working on that.
Well,
to do
let's,
that now, yeah.
again, we put aside money to hire a consultant to look into what it would cost to get that location up and running. Or are we looking at going in there and renovating it and bringing it up to speed?
It is a
what are we
feasibility.
looking to do?
It is a feasibility,
It's a feasibility study. So
to answer those questions.
Right,
Exactly.
so-
Said what does
so
it
that-
cost to do
so that-
X, Y, or Z?
that feasibility study could come back anywhere between $5 to $30 million.
Yes, and we're prepared to raise that money.
$30 million?
Yep.
God bless you. I'm all with you.
All right. Thank you.
Tell me your name, I didn't check your name.
Scott Gibson.
Because I want to say to
She's
you,
writing your name down next to the check for $30 million.
what I want to say to you, Mr. Gibson, and the mayor, and I believe we can have this conversation. I asked our engineers about 2 years ago to look into that place and reimagine it as an intergenerational center with an ice skating ring at the mayor. The mayor wants ice skating ring. I was like, listen, we don't need an ice skating ring. We got ice skating ring in 5 miles in West Orange and one in Montclair State. So that aside, the compromise was, okay, well, is it possible that we can have a skating rink with adding a floor to it and adding an intergenerational location? That was a $30 million cost. So if in fact you really were $30 million for that purpose, I'm all in with you.
There's a whole bunch of possibilities.
But I do think that location is a prime location that can support what we've been trying to do, is a place where seniors can go and have things to do, and it's local, and it's close, and it's in a very central part. But that $30 million included not just the ice skating rink.
Well, when you look at the actual footprint, it is a deceptive footprint, because on the side where the train station, where the railway track is, there's another 10 or 15 feet that's out there.
we did a walkthrough
Yeah.
with firms, but we never
And
got
rather
anything
than,
back.
rather than have a roof like this,
We
we have
will.
a flat roof with a
bottom line,
second
we're not
floor.
going to figure it out right here. We are looking.
I just want to see you guys, if
We are
you raise
looking
30 million.
at a feasibility study, not just tell us it's 30 million, but to say how much is it to make improvements to what's there. That's not going to be 30. It's going to be some number. How much is it to do, a slightly nicer version, which is some number, millions, and how much would it be to do pie in the sky, whatever anyone wants to look at, right? So those are the assessments that the feasibility study would note. And I'll just think, just note for the record, I am supportive of having a rink. The same argument of how many football fields do we see in town? Just because there's one in the next town over doesn't mean we shouldn't have more than one football field or anything else. We absolutely need it. It's an asset in town. That's my position on it, but certainly I want to see what the feasibility study looks like and would love support in terms of which dollars you guys are able to raise to support whatever the feasibility study comes back with and which one we choose to move forward with.
Sure, it'll be your choice.
So he's a hockey player. I was a football player. And so what I will say about that is the football team pays for all the referees who play who officiate hockey and basketball and baseball and everything. So that's one thing.
Well,
But
I mean,
I agree with you.
Hockey
good
pays
rink
for
will-
all of
with
the
you.
referees and everything else.
No, that money comes from
No, it
the
doesn't.
referees.
No, the
Because I had this
referees-
conversation with the AD, but Sean, I agreed with you on having the ice skating rink. But I also said that it has to operate at a profit.
It will.
And so that requires us to be committed to increasing
Football
staff.
fields do not operate on a profit. Towns pay for them. The town does not raise money for
We
them.
we don't have a football field.
All right, and football fields do not
The
operate
Board of
on a
Education has
profit.
football fields.
And they don't operate on a profit.
Yes. That's not our property.
Then they don't operate on a profit.
What doesn't?
Football fields. They are built.
Woodman Field?
They are built without profit. They are built by taxpayer dollars.
What I'm saying is football fields, football games.
Oh, wait, different. Hold on. You can't
That's
have a game without
what
the
I'm saying
field.
is, I'm sorry, you're correct. What I'm saying is the football games. No, this is, if it was, listen, it's 11 o'clock. Bill has another hour. What I'm saying is Montclair High School football team, revenue from those games pays for officials for all the other sports. That's all I'm saying. Okay. But the idea that you guys are willing to raise that amount of money is wonderful. That's the first time I heard someone say that 30 million, we can do it.
All right. Take care, guys.
Good night.
Pinto,
I'm not going to comment on the overpromising on 30 million there again, but okay. That's an escalate on 30 million.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, wow. I'm Reverend Dennis L. Washington. And I've learned from the council, and especially from the mayor, not to waste your time, to be ready when I come up, say what I mean and mean what I say, and sit down. So that's what I'm going to do. I commend you on the light adjustment on Claremont Avenue. It makes more than a big difference. We have much more traffic on Claremont Avenue right now, and it's still doing the job. Traffic is wonderful. And I don't know why we're having more traffic on Claremont Avenue, but we are. And it's still not like before. It's a great job. So I really commend y'all. And if I didn't commend y'all, my wife wouldn't let me come home tonight because she told me that you have to commend the ladies and gentlemen of the council. When you do negative things, I commend you. When you do positive things, I commend you. And also, I thank you for being my teachers and mentors. I'm learning a lot from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm the last person. So, in support of Clary Anderson, I grew up playing hockey there, so I'm all for it. I just hope they clean that the coffee maker and the hot cocoa maker, since I was playing hockey back then. I felt it was important for me personally to say something tonight. I've been involved with Lackawanna for a very long time. I joined the HPC because of my concern when Valley and Bloom was built. I was offended by that. And I have an architectural background,
with a high emphasis on aesthetics as well as of an MBA, so I look at things from both sides. And I grew up in this town, and I've been involved actively in Seymour Street redevelopment, down to the details. And I feel I want to share with you my observation about tonight. And that is, there were many people here, very passionate, with a variety of positions, but many, there was a distortion, there was a conflation that went on where people felt it was a yes or a no, and it was presented as an absolute finality. It's going to be yes or no, when I think we all realized it didn't have to be a yes or no tonight. It could have been a consideration of further revision and consideration of information that is yet to be completed or has been done previously but insufficiently. And the fact that I had my fellow neighbors, who some of whom are my friends, arguing we have to do it, if we don't do it now, we have to get it done. And I have other people who understand the nuances and the complexities involved on what is the largest piece of development in this town's history. I just feel it's a shame that we've allowed ourselves to lose the intellectual rigor of a disciplined dialogue.
Thank you.
And I think it's incumbent upon you to frame it in a way
Thank you.
to make sure we have a intellectually rigorous dialogue.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll just say, in response to how you're framing that, I would always just be cautious of framing it that people who agreed with me understood the nuances and the pieces as you describe it, but those who voted the other way or were supportive of the other thing are ill-informed or didn't know, which is how you just framed it and what I heard you say. So I appreciate the comments on that.
The premise of their, I'm not saying that they don't have valid opinions. I'm not disqualifying their opinions. I just want to make sure we're all discussing the same thing. And
I believe they think they are. I believe everybody on this issue feels we're discussing Lackawanna and making a determination on that.
But I think there's a lot of complexity and nuances that are not being considered, and part of
by those who disagree with you.
No, that's not my position at all. I think that those people deserve the benefit of understanding those
So
complexities
they
and
might
nuances.
fully understand those complexities and nuances.
I'm sorry?
They might fully understand those complexities.
Some do. I'm not saying that some don't.
Well then, appreciate it.
But I'm just saying it's important that the dialogue has a linearity to it so that we're all discussing the same thing. And talking about the developer and the character of the developer is irrelevant to the redevelopment plan because the redevelopment plan lives on beyond the developer.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will close public comment. Thank you. Appreciate everybody there. Moving down, we have the next is Ordinance 02336, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 48, Personnel Regulations, Article 1, 48-1, Accountability, 48-8, and so forth, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Lapolla, would you like to comment on this? Any feedback?
This is,
You beat me to it.
Thank
I
you.
was just going to say, turn on the mic.
It's 2 months. Thank you, Mayor. This is just part of our effort to be in compliance with laws that were passed in New Jersey in 2007 and 2010 regarding sick and vacation policy. This ordinance actually applies to a very small group of people because there's only approximately 45 or 46 employees who are not members of a union. So as this impacts unions going forward, it's negotiable items, so we may or may not have to address those. But for the people who are not, and for the people who the pre-2010 law applies to, there are only 12.
Understood.
So this is not an overwhelming number of employees, just, we're trying to,
Got it.
this is long overdue.
Understood. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lapolla, real quick, one of the things I wanted to ask you, particularly with this ordinance, does anyone lose accumulated time as a result of this?
No.
And does anyone have to take accumulated time within a short proscribed period that almost makes it impossible for them to take it?
No, what this does is we're eliminating, I don't even know, conversion time. We have terminal leave, these strange policies where people were converting, sick time to vacation time, and then, for any department you go into, there's someone on terminal leave where they're on the payroll for months until they use up a certain amount of time. So what this does is for people pre-2010, there's a cash payment with a cap, and if you were hired after May 20th, 2010, it's capped at $15,000. That's the law. The courts have ruled that in terms of labor unions, it's all negotiable. So we are now reviewing all of those labor contracts to see if there's anything that has to be reopened. I don't believe there is, but it just brings us to where we should have been 13 years ago.
So if I have, let's say I have 6 months of accumulated leave, right? And I'm told I have to use that or lose it, so to speak, but I only have 3 months left or 2.5 months in the year, right?
No,
Will I lose that time?
You're required under the law to use your vacation time. You can't carry over more than 1 year's time to the next year. So we have to be consistent about that. You can't accumulate hundreds of vacation days. You have to, it's use it or lose it. In terms of your sick time, you can accumulate your days, okay? So you can never use a sick day in 12 years and have 150 sick days. That being said, if you were hired after May 20th of 2010, your benefit that you get when you retire, not when you leave, when you retire under PERS, is limited to $15,000. So you may have 300 days, or 200 days, say, of sick time, but if you're hired after 2010, you're capped by law. That's the law of New Jersey that applies to everyone.
So I wouldn't lose any days, is what you're
No,
saying?
you're not losing.
Under this plan?
It's just the statute is very clear. It's a specific date that's a cutoff. If you were hired before, you wind up with a better benefit, but that's the law. And
Okay.
we have all kinds of, for want of a better term, arcane ways of approaching this, and it has been our goal, and it's not just mine, and, it's been going in discussion for a long time, to just get this clean and get rid of this terminal leave, which is an administrative and a management nightmare, where you literally can have a department where the 3 top people are going to retire, and they were going on terminal leave, and that terminal leave can be up to 130 days of their sick time, and so the position's vacant. You have to have somebody who's acting. You're still paying for their benefits, and sometimes there's literally no one to put in charge. So this is what everybody else does, and this is what we are going to do starting as soon as this is adopted.
And the potentially impacted employees have been notified of this new change?
They know.
Okay.
No one is really, the impact is going to be the elimination of terminal leave, but the benefit is for those people in that small group that there will be a payment as opposed to us just paying them on payroll for their 130 days or how many days they have left.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I did have one other question for the manager.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
So I know we spoke the other day, and you walked me through some of my questions. I was just noting that I think unlike other places where I have been an employee, this is that your vacation time starts accruing for that, is it the first year? You get like the half a day per month.
Right.
And we were noting that would give someone who came in, but it's on the calendar, it's on the calendar year, not on your hire year. So if you come in January to a new job, you will you'll earn 6 vacation days in the whole year. But if you started in May, you'd have a couple months like that, and then,
Right.
or half a year, then you'd start the next year at that other level. I don't know if that's a question you pursued in terms of
Well, I did
policy.
it, and what it is it's been the policy for a while, but it's consistent with the labor contracts.
Okay, it's
Have
consistent with
same
the labor
language, so
contracts,
We're trying to maintain consistency on as many policies as we can.
So it's on the calendar year, and that's why this part of the staff will also be on that. Okay, I just was looking for a rational basis, thank you.
I can't guarantee it's rational, but that's the basis.
Well, it's at least tied to something else.
Just 2 questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cummings.
So you mentioned 2010. And so if you were hired after 2010?
May 20th, 2010.
Right.
You are capped at $15,000.
You're capped at $15,000, and that's with your sick days. It's interesting. Okay. Then
Yes.
second, so This
There was
is
one
new.
law in 2007 they passed, which was for top-level administrative people, and then in 2010, they made it applicable to all employees.
All right. So just from a procedural standpoint, have you gone over this with Ms. Dawkins?
Yes. And the CFO also, are all in agreement that this is the approach to take.
Okay, seeing no others, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Next, we've got a number of resolutions. Resolution R23223, resolution approving authorizing execution certificates of completion for the east project and west of the Seymour Street redevelopment, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Quick question, Mr. Mayor,
Please, Mr.
procedurally,
Deputy.
actually for Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, if a council member had recused themselves, even though this was carried from the initial reading and now does not see a basis to do so, may they participate at this point?
Yes, they may.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Price, yes? Yeah, Price Abrams, or no?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you, Mayor. So, sort of for the record, I had asked that it be held, and I did have the opportunity to, I now received the memorandum of understanding that laid out, there were, apart from the deliverables of constructing the buildings, there was another list of agreements, and that's what I wanted to better understand before I voted to approve it. And so I understand these things have been met, and there was a certain number of, parking spaces that would be made available for a period of time to township residents to purchase permits for in those spaces. But there's also certain things relating to, use of that Seymour Plaza as public space, and that it's within the role of the property owner, right, to have to fulfill on them. So, I mean, these involve sort of the use of the metal screen as sort of that we could project onto it so many times a year, and that we program space. And so I do understand that falls to, some representative within that group, which is David Genova, an attorney in town, but he's got a relationship there. So just for the public's benefit, what I just had to learn is that, there is meant to be this programmed time, at least it says, I don't know, I don't know if there's a number of how many times a year, but I do want to see that done. And so I know the bid is a partner, Mr. Gleason back there? If you have anything to comment on do you know how often that space at Seymour Plaza is going to be programmed, and is the bid involved with that in any fashion? I'm sorry, having invited you to comment, would you mind coming up to the day? Sorry. Since you're here.
But it is in our agreement how many events we're
I'm looking to see if it says.
And Ms.
Not what I see.
Camerata is in part of that agreement. She's the one that programs it for the town.
Okay, so these are just things I didn't yet know. So Ms. Camerata for the town is programming, and how many events are there?
We have unlimited.
We have right of first refusal. We set
But
as many events as we want, and if we don't utilize the space, then it goes to them to fill.
For as often as anybody wants to program there.
Correct.
And I'm just asking if the bid had any connection to this, and I just wondered if you would opine.
The bid has connection to it by way of, we speak to the Wellmont when we have aspirations to program there. We do have some program coming up there on Small Business Saturday.
Great.
This year. And we certainly intend to program it some throughout the course of the summer and fall next year.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I would just say out loud for anybody listening still, if groups seek to do programming there, that they should reach out, I guess, to Michelle Camerata at Parks, at the Recreation Department to find out how you can go about that. And thank you.
So this is a bit confusing to me. So if we change this because I had a group who wanted to do an event there. Michelle said the space was available. So whenever the Wellmont wasn't doing anything, the space was technically open. And then she was told that Genova basically said, no, she can't use it. And there was no event there. So are we still in the process where who has ultimate say over who can use that
You should have her
location?
reach out to Mr. Lapolla to have that conversation. We have right of first refusal on this. That's clearly, laid out in the agreement, so that exists now.
Well,
That's
it
what we have.
exists now.
No, it
Okay.
exists now.
Right, because it was,
That, it's defined in an easement agreement between the township and the developer. So, and it lays out how many events per year, who has first right of refusal, and my understanding is that there was a committee of people that met, Mr. Scantlebury being one of those people, Ms. Camarada, myself, Ms. Bermudez-Nieves met with Mr. Genova and another representative, where we're trying to put a master calendar together so that this can all be coordinated.
that's not my question. Who has final say on who can use the space?
Can't ask it that simply. We have first right of refusal if a date goes by, like up to a certain point, to
Right.
allow them to do programming. So I'd have to answer your question. It depends. If that date has come and gone, and we have given up that time to
Right.
program it, then they absolutely could say no if somebody reaches out and wanted to use the space. We could also see a scenario where if that window has come and gone, even if it was an open time, could make the argument that they're choosing not to do it because we've missed the window of programming. Yeah, so it depends, but we have first right to say we would like to use that space and program it.
So if a community group comes to the township and says, I want to use this space on March 15th, and there's nothing scheduled there for March 15th by the Wellmont or the township, they go to Michelle, and Michelle then can call Mr. Genova, whoever.
Well, they're working on a calendar, figuring that out, but
Right,
yes.
and if there's nothing available, then there shouldn't nothing to eliminate them from being able to use that.
Should be, but when you say that, again, if that's happening on March 14th, I use that to be facetious.
Right.
But you see my point. If it's March 14th and they're asking them for 15th, even
Right.
though nothing's happening there, the answer still may be no. I mean, so there's some nuance to it, but if it's the appropriate time in advance, and that's defined, and it's done with the calendar, the gist of what you're asking is yes, they should be able to get it.
Yeah, this is a little.
And it
it's a
still
little
has to be
tricky.
permitted. It still has to be permitted, as if Michelle was giving a permit in a park for an event.
Right, but I just want to make
that's
sure
a
that they come in, ask for his location 6 months in advance, look at the calendar, nothing is going on there, nothing is scheduled there. Their own thing is, okay, you just need to get a permit, which goes through Michelle, and then that spot is pretty much locked in, because then that becomes part of our calendar,
Right.
where the location is being used.
Right. Correct.
The piece that I wanted to bring up, just to make sure everybody on the dais knows, and the public at large understands as well, is part of this is we also negotiated obtaining a sound system, a movie screen, chairs, tables, and a storage facility on site. So we have square footage to store all of this stuff. So the township has access to these resources to either lend to community organizations to use or for the town to use, right? So there's a built-in stage on the plaza already. So we have speakers and speaker stands, an inflatable movie screen, tables, chairs, the audio-visual equipment to connect. Part of the agreement also includes, and I don't know exactly how many, but a certain amount of what's called gobos to be produced, which are the gel slides. I'm sorry?
I'm looking at it.
20 gel slides. So the other two screens, in addition to the main screen that's usually projected on, the other two screens can be projected onto with projector rentals. And part of this agreement is that they would pay for up to 20 gobos a year. So the township could create Happy Hanukkah messaging, whatever we want to do, around any holiday, around any public information messaging that we wanted to project, potentially on the other two screens, not just the main screen. Projectors and screens in that plaza is a nightmare. You don't want to get into it, but just want everybody to be aware of the resources that are there, so you can ask for it.
So community group comes, there's a cost to this?
It's really whatever ultimately Michelle works out from a process perspective. I would imagine we have to factor in some depreciation of the items because it was a one-time, they grant us all of those items. And I would imagine we have to factor in a depreciation cost of these.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because, no, if you want to use it, do you have to pay?
Yeah, if you want to use the equipment, yeah, because in most
But if you
cases
don't want to use the
too,
equipment, you just bring your own things, there's no fee.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would assume there shouldn't be a fee unless it's just a permit fee. But the thing to keep in mind is that there's no professional staff to
Right.
operate the stuff, right? So if you want to use the stuff, you got to bring it in, or the town has to
You
procure
have all my
it.
questions to get answered, and then get back to us.
Yeah.
Still got
Madam Clerk?
You know what, I'm sorry. The last time we discussed it, I wasn't aware, but someone raised the question about buses. Did that buses issue get resolved? Did we clarify?
No, building.
it didn't, as of last Thursday night, when I passed by, there was a semi-tractor trailer with equipment coming in and out, and a Prevo bus. And all of the, the Wellmont buys all of the meters along the side. They have bags on them, and they buy them. The problem with the semi-tractor trailers, with the equipment trailers, is that they impede over into the lane of Bloomfield Avenue. So you actually have to go around. The Prevo buses sort of kind of get tucked into the parking, to the spot, but those tractor trailers are bad. And I believe they're supposed to go in the back. There's a lot.
That's the full conversation we had last time. So
Right,
Mr.
there's
Lapolla,
not enough space back
what's the update on that?
By Cuban Pete's, there's a big parking lot
Right,
back there. And I thought the buses were always supposed to go back there.
Well, I mean, as we're
Mr.
about to
Lapolla,
execute
is there an
this.
update on that? Do you remember that conversation? Okay.
Well, so we're going to pass this with the understanding we're still going to talk about that?
Certain elements, though, are not, like, this is about a
not,
certificate of occupancy. That's about, we have to be really careful about how much we're trying to hang on this thing. Some of this stuff, if it wasn't thought about, wasn't talked about, agreed upon in the redevelopment plan or agreement, it's
Right,
out
I
of,
think
it's
this
out of
was,
scope.
basically, it was supposed to be done and it wasn't. So there's not enough room back there for the buses and things to go.
That-
So it'll never be enough back there because it just wasn't
That's-
completed,
That
done
might
right.
be the case.
Right.
Yeah. I don't see how the buses or the semi-tractor trailers can maneuver back there either. It's tight. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
when
it's tight.
when we are doing the redevelopment agreement with Lackawanna Plaza, I can't stress enough, having an event planner, somebody who understands how events run, go through the language, because we found a lot of holes in the Seymour Street one, just in terms of, again, who pays for the electricity, who operates equipment you need for an event, who cleans up after, how do people have access to a bathroom, who pays for the bathroom. So you really need a total checklist on A to Z if you're going to have an event in one of the open public spaces at Lackawanna Plaza, that's all codified in writing in the redevelopment agreement. That didn't need to be in the plan, it needs to be in the agreement.
And then there's insurance. What if you fall at the event or get hurt at the event?
So, Mr. Lapolla, maybe I'd suggest that one, though, the bus specifically was noted in the agreement, so maybe we should table this and see what the answer is on that one. Let's get the bus answer.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's already answered because there's not enough room back there.
But who's saying that? You're saying that?
That's what, in conversations with folks about that, when in regards to why the buses were being parked on Bloomfield Avenue, where originally they were supposed to be parked in the back, but then between the plan and what was actually done, it wasn't enough space in the back. That's what Ira Karasik told me, and he was part of the development of that. It was basically one of the things, it was a mistake.
I'd like to hear that then,
Okay.
and see what that is.
Well, Mr. Lapolla, please look into it.
Any objection, tabling? Seeing none, we'll do that to the, until Mr. Lapolla gives us the answer, so let's leave that with a little bit of grace, make that, 2 meetings from now, just to, okay. Next is Resolution R-23-229, which is a resolution extending the appointment of Mr. Lapolla to the position of Interim Township Manager, and I so move.
Second?
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, so is this any change in time spent here? I know, Mr. Lapolla, I think it was 3 days a week before. Is that the same? So nothing
Mr.
changes
Lapolla,
there?
is your microphone on, please, when you answer him? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I just, yeah.
I can't. My apologies.
A master board.
It's the same time, Counselor.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none?
No,
yeah,
I got a question.
Okay, well, Councilman
With,
Russo.
I know Michael for many years, wonderful person. But I thought what we were doing when we had the August hiring, when Mr. Hartnett passed, was a search for someone, although I objected to the whole thing and I wanted to keep Brian Scantlebury working here to save us money. I thought that we were doing a search, that the company was hired to do a search. I know that that's what Joe Hartnett was going to be doing. So now, Michael, are you involved in that? Is the company still on board to be searching? Are you searching? You know, we know you're here only part-time. It's costing us less than it would full-time person, maybe, you know, benefits, but we're spending money that I always felt should not be spent because we had someone who could fill the job. Majority here disagrees with that, but I felt we could use our deputy manager all this period till we got a new permanent person. I remember Joe Hartnett specifically saying, you know, that Brian would go to the top of the list when we were considering it. Now, you know, I would say, a person like yourself, if you want to stay, you know, you have a very good claim on staying, but what is your intention? I mean, you want to just work till the July period that we end our terms? That's the end of our term. I guess you know that. And is there a search going on? That's my question.
Yeah, my intention would be to stay until the terms are up. There's another election in May, a new group of people. Right now, they have not been instructed to do a search. I think that is a decision that has to be made, you know, by the council if they want to proceed with the search. But right now, we have not started the search. Whether or not you want to go through the process to hire somebody which can become election time, a whole group of new people, that's a decision for the council to make.
I understand. What I'm concerned about is I know Joe Hartnett was saying he's going to do a search, and a company, did we contractually have I think it was $50,000 was appropriated to have the company on board as a company, you know, as the
Right.
company that would help search. So how's that working? Are they not doing that? Are we still paying them?
They have not been instructed to begin the
They
search.
haven't been instructed to search. And we're still paying them? Is that something you know, that we paid the company?
We're not paying them for the search. We pay them a monthly fee through December.
We pay them a monthly fee through the end of the year. So that means maybe we won't be continuing them as a company unless we decide that we need them to do a search. Because we don't need them if we've got you. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right. That or, there could be other things that under the contract they can be asked to do, but right now, it's, they
You're
get
the
their
guy.
monthly
Right
fee.
now, you're the
Right.
guy. Okay.
Yes.
So what are we paying them for?
They're paid, it's oversight and to assist. They've been assisting me on a whole bunch of issues. You
You've
know?
utilized them for,
Yes, under that $5,000 that they get every month, I do.
do we have
use that.
invoices for this work?
Yes, we get invoices for it, yes.
I like to see them.
Sure.
So wait a minute.
Are
I got-
they
They're
in
not,
there?
they're not required, the way that the contract was constructed, it's a $5,000 a month fee. It's not broken down by an hourly billing, so we use them as we need them.
And so, okay,
That's,
so we're paying you for your services, and we're still paying this company $5,000 a month to assist you.
yes.
So, all right, so then what are they doing that we don't have staff to do?
They're involved in a variety of things, some of them involving the budget, some things involving, for example, a total review of the hiring process and testing used by the fire department to make sure it's in compliance. You know, it's needs to be, if we need to bring in other consultants to make sure that in the future that process is legal and satisfactory to all parties involved.
So we have a law department, we have an HR department, we have an assistant, we have a deputy manager. And you're telling me that with those three people, we still need to go outside to have others come in and do jobs that they should be doing?
Honestly, I don't think, they have roles in all of those things, but it's not their job to do all those things individually. We literally have, contrary to sometimes what people in the audience may think, we have a very...
I'm not talking about the audience. This is my
All right,
concern.
we have a 3-person HR department, we have a 2-person or 3-person front office. We don't have the staff that we have a 1.5-person law department. So we are, everyone is busy doing a lot of stuff and they don't have an expertise. So, for example, this company has the retired fire chief and business administrator from Summit who is assisting me in reviewing what's going on with the testing in the fire department.
All right,
All right? And a
that's
bunch of other
okay.
things if you want.
So all
Yes.
I'm asking is, there's basically, they're doing this work, and where do I see that these hours and work is being done?
As I said before, the contract is a $5,000 payment, and I ensure that they're working for their money.
But we have no proof of it, other than your word.
I don't know what else you would want.
I'd like invoices.
Their invoice would describe their monthly fee because it was not.
But
done
it
in a
won't-
billable-
it won't give the exact
It was a
amount of
flat
time that
fee.
it
I didn't
worked.
negotiate the terms of that.
Yeah, that's-
I'm just telling you what it is.
Yeah, I get it.
But here's what I want to know. When was that decided? I know we hired them. I saw a 50,000 flat figure. All of a sudden now it's 5,000 a month, which means we're paying you 10,000 and them 5,000. It's costing us 15,000 a month to have this other layer. No aspersions against you, Michael. Another layer of management that the taxpayers are paying. That money could go to the schools or to the savings. But right now we're spending 15,000 a month to have another layer of
Five.
management. And we want to go that.
It's 5,000 a month. We negotiated it. We did it when there was chaos here. It expires in December. I don't think there's any reason to renew them again. Now we're keeping Michael until the end of our terms.
So this contract
go to
ends
bed.
in January.
Ends in December.
The 5,000
December.
$5,000 a month.
The
December
last-
31st.
Last
that's
month
out.
we paid. It's what we agreed to already.
Yeah,
That's
but
all.
we agreed to it before Mr. Hartnett had passed,
Yeah,
number
I mean,
one.
I remember.
And number two, when the gentleman, I believe, sent an email that he still was hoping to continue what he was going to be doing, which was the search. It wasn't management or helping anything here, it was the search. And he's not done a search. So that's what we were paying that money for.
Well, there was the $5,000 a month, and then there was a separate fee for when they were paid. I believe it was $3,500.
It's $3,500 that was to go to.
For me, and
Right.
then I believe there's, on the search was another $13,500. That's
We didn't
still
pull
there.
that trigger. We didn't.
We
I
didn't
don't
pull
know.
that trigger. Right, correct.
I can't vote for these things.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry if I could.
Please, Councilman,
I didn't get
Yacobelis.
to. I do want to say thank you for stepping in and serving the town and doing it on these terms where you know that it's a tumultuous time, you know that there's a lot of change, you know there's an election coming up. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for your commitment to doing that and knowing that everything can change, or will change for the next election. So I think it would have been impossible to find somebody to come in on a temporary basis knowing there was an election. So just thank you.
Yeah, I think you have a tough job. We have a tough job, but essentially, this sounds like a no-show contract to me. I just want to say that, because that just amazes me that we're paying $5,000 to act like we need someone. We've got capable people here, so that's just problematic.
Next is Resolution R23-230, which is a resolution authorizing the township to pre-qualify and accept responses to requests for proposals for Municipal Architect Services, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R23-232, and Councilman Schlager, would you mind?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in the favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be, they are hereby ordered paid, and these checks will be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons The amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer, printout attached here to and made a part hereof. And this bill list is dated October 10th for the year 2023 for the amount of $7,994,481.33. And I so move.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, is this $5,000 that goes to this company on here anywhere?
On the bill list.
Yeah, on the bills list, because we've been
Should-
paying them
should show up.
$5,000, so it should be on there.
It should show up, right.
Well, maybe it's not this go-around. Maybe it was last.
It's
weeks ago?
$5,000 a month.
Yeah, but they don't bill it all, it's not all paid,
Is there anything on here for payment to them?
no.
No.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. And I would just say, Mr. Lapolla, I would always just take the time to look through. I know those are quite extensive, so if you do see anything or whatever else, just note them for the future. I know it's tough to answer
No, I
that
was looking for
on,
GSO.
right, real time there.
They didn't call.
I had no reason to think about this until this was brought up.
No, fair.
When I went through it, I was good with it. And then and then you told me tonight that we're paying $5,000 a month and it's not on the bills list.
All right, next we've got our discussion items. Mr. Lapolla, I'd say, I think most of these, we've done all these, already. I think everybody
Yeah.
knows them.
I'm
So
gonna
unless-
have to leave
I
soon.
understand, but
Yeah,
unless
okay.
there's one that somebody doesn't understand, these are all ones that we've engaged with previously, and I think everyone knows about. Is there any that anybody needs an explanation on?
Yeah, I just had one question. I
Sure.
wanted to know what we paid last year for item number 2.
Item number 2, snowplow removal?
Right. I know what we contracted for, but just want to know what we paid.
Okay, Mr. Lapolla, if you...
Under this contract, it's the same, this was a 3-year
I
contract.
asked how much we paid.
Okay.
That's what I want to know.
So if you can have that for the next meeting, Mr. Lapolla? Right, okay. Any other questions on these?
Yeah, I mean, I do think I know the answer, but for Madam Clerk, that last item about the official newspapers, so it has to be a print paper, is that the whole thing? Because the Montclair Local is obviously the most read thing, and there's no way to appeal that in any way, shape, or form, it's just what it is.
We've said...
Huh?
Yeah, and it does have, I believe it has to be a
I just want to raise it one more time.
It's not a newspaper.
Montclair Times is the official paper.
All right, so
All
I
right,
think...
that's it, thank you. So we're voting on these next time, though, right?
I
Good
just,
reporters they have good reporters like Katzman.
That's good.
yeah, just
Paywall.
a comment, not on
Councilman
that.
Yacobelis?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real
Thank you,
quick,
please.
Mr. Lapolla, I would just ask, we continue, you're the third manager we're having this conversation with, fourth, actually. We continue to acquire vehicles as a township, and we've all stated that it's a priority.
Yes.
And I believe for a majority of us to acquire hybrid or electric vehicles and make that a principle going forward. The marketplace was challenging for that for a while because of COVID and supply chain issues. But now that we're, basically supply is back, barring some of the stuff going on in Detroit with the strikes and parts and whatnot. But if we can make it a goal, and if you guys can advise if we should have a resolution or an ordinance actually requiring it and phasing in electric vehicle requirement at a certain point. I think we should say as of January 1st, 2026, for example, the township can only acquire electric vehicles, just given what's available, fire trucks, ambulances, police vehicles, trash trucks.
could marry it to Governor Murphy's
Yeah,
law
sure.
around that when it's going to kick in, right?
I second and agree with Peter on that wholeheartedly. We got to move to electric.
All right,
This time.
any comments going around, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor.
Mr. Manager?
I just have a few.
Okay.
I'll go quickly. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we received a $1 million grant from the Department of Agriculture. It's an urban and community foresting grant. It's for equitable tree access and climate sustainability. It'll involve the planting of an additional 500 trees and some other sustainable
excellent.
activities. We received a...
Got to extend
sorry, I
it,
know,
or?
Yeah, I have no voice. The second thing is we received a grant from the Board of Public Utilities in the amount of approximately $304,000 towards electric vehicle charging stations. So we're excited about that. And lastly, we received a $997,000 grant from the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Glen Ridge Avenue Cycle Track Phase 2.
Yeah.
So,
Guys, hit the lane to nowhere, goes into the
yes,
block.
yeah.
Listen,
a lot
and
of
that's
money.
real, and that's
Right.
real money.
And,
To do
Real money.
More of that, yeah.
Just
$1 million.
two more things, just to give you an update in terms of some personnel things. Our social worker is now on board. Tony now has two IT help desk technicians who are working for him. I have a new administrative assistant, Demetria Edwards, so Alexis will only be with us for the next few weeks as she goes on maternity leave. And so when you call, you'll be speaking to Demetria. And our new assistant planner started today. So, assistant planner.
Oh.
So the planner and the social worker, they came aboard back in like 3 or 4 months ago.
Well, the planner just started.
Right, he started now, but he accepted
Yeah,
the job
yes,
a
exactly.
long time
But
ago.
they're now here.
Right, but
So
I'm just
that-
saying, he
right.
accepted the job a long time ago.
And the last thing is, for Councilor Iacobellis, we do have the Big Belly stickers, all right?
Did you check if
And-
they've got newer models?
So there's a good news and bad news. We have the stickers, but we have to ask the vendor what they're going to charge us to put the new stickers
Well,
on.
you negotiate with them.
Yes, I'm just.
I still want to know if they have newer versions out too.
I'm just going to say thank
Or
you
at
for
least-
being the first manager in my 3.5 years on the council to follow up from a previous meeting with an answer and a a solution.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, now two more things though on
You're up-
personnel.
you're up to the-
because
you have
said
stickers.
You were
You
going to
answered
be
stickers.
hiring,
I like it.
under Tony, you were going to be hiring a communications
Yes,
specialist.
our interviews are tomorrow.
You're having some interviews?
Yes, tomorrow.
Because that's going to be a very critical person for us, because we go through a lot of these calls from the
Yes.
press. I don't want to deal with them, but if I have to, I
Right,
talk to them.
right.
Now, the other slot was an administrative analyst in the clerk's office. And I know we don't hire, but I always made an issue of this. Why are there two administrative analysts, you see?
Well,
So,
that's the title. That's
Okay,
the-
any other comments?
you don't have to talk to me, you don't have to answer me, I don't care. You know, I just
I'm
make
trying
these
to get
points
you the
to
answer.
save the taxpayers' money to make sure her office works efficiently. So I'm not going to argue with you anymore about it.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one comment. Before the
Please,
day ends,
Mr. Cummings.
today is World Mental Health Day. And I just want to say that it's something that I think we should all take into consideration. The reason I'm aware of it is that there was an incident involving someone I know closely in which they committed suicide. Suicide Prevention Month is in September. And I just wanted to acknowledge today and the importance of what it means to really check in and know people. And there was a term given called ASK, which was, a way of making sure that you're always staying safe and you're keeping in touch with people. So no matter what you're going through, what we're going through, we should always ask others how they're doing and take that serious. And today is a great day to say that. So that's the one comment I wanted to make.
I appreciate that statement. Any other council comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams. Have a good one, Deputy Mayor.
I wasn't sure what I was going to say on this, but I found a note from a constituent that asked me to make reference to the really horrific attack.
No quorum.
Forum. Maybe one of you guys to stay.
I'm just making a comment. I don't
It
think,
does-
we're not taking action
There's
here.
no more action to be
Can't
taken.
even adjourn the meeting.
I don't know about that.
I'm speaking about the fact that Israel was attacked in a way that when I woke up and heard the news on Saturday morning, I heard them say Israel is at war, which is not something I've heard, and probably when I was 8 in 1973, you can all do the math. There was a war, and there've been various, there's been action, and there's been difficulty and strife, and there's been peace. But it was really quite jarring, and so this constituent asked me, and I'm using the platform here for whoever may be listening, just to say that I deeply care about Israel, but I support our ally Israel and its right to defend itself. And I know that that's been said by many other elected officials and other leaders, and I think it's important at this time, and I would hope sooner than later that peace can be found. I know that's often elusive, but I think it's something we have to always put out a call for, so wishing for that, and just didn't want to let this moment go without saying. And Mayor, I appreciate that you put a statement out to that effect as well. So that's
Yes.
what I'll share for tonight. Thank you.
Just thank you. Obviously, this was a tough night, but so everybody who's still watching, if you're still watching, just thank you for all the participation tonight. Everybody who participated in Lackawanna Plaza over years, getting it to this point, I think is a really big deal and very significant, and I hope to see it in fruition in the next couple of years. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
And I'll just simply say, thank you, Councilman, for your points. I did note that, and I think you spoke to it eloquently there, so I'll just note that. I think everything has been said on the other pieces, and with that, because I haven't heard anybody do a quorum call on it yet under Robert's rules, so I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.